is time. Hello everybody, welcome to DGG number 7, where we've got a brand new set of competitors, a couple of reruns. Let's have a look at where we finished off last time. We've done a few of these. As we can see, kopiuyt is currently running around with all the recent championships, but I'm catching up. I'm right on his heels. He's gonna have to watch out, otherwise I might nab a trophy for myself. We are doing the same format as last time. Let's have a look at what the race has been looking like. Our faction distribution over time. As we can see, we've definitely overcorrected for there being no Abyssian, second most popular, and Vanar popularity has surged. So that's pretty cool to see. Unfortunate for Songhai fans, not going to be any of that, and the triangle of Vitruvian is complete. They were just here to draw a pyramid all along, as it turns out. As for the specific players that we've got, I believe all these players have actually participated in a prior tournament. Thextera might be a new one. And actually, he may have joined an earlier one. Gonna have to do the stats on those, but as we can see, no red pips. And we'll be starting with Group A, which is the left column. So we'll be seeing a lot of Magmar, especially a lot of Vanar. Let's see what we actually have in there. In lieu of individual player panels, currently we've got deck list slides. Look at all this text. Maybe we won't need to spend too much time on these, but let's start on Group A. First game of the day is going to be MushyMango versus nyxnyxnyx. Each of these players are playing 2 games against each other. Win or lose, let's see how it goes. MushyMango is running back decks from the last time he was in a tournament. We've got a Alina deck that is focused on the artifact combo. We've got the Sag deck, which is focused on removing stuff from the board. Versus nyxnyxnyx has a Fey deck that wants to win with Spirit of the Wild, possibly by striking face, or with a gigantic Agiago. And with a Voth deck that has a lot of control elements and hits really hard with 3 Drogon, 3 Cryptos. Yeah. Let's jump into game number 1 of the very first day of the 7th tournament. And we might finish the pack, or finish the stream with a crack a pack, because we can do that now. Quite a lot has changed in GGG since the last tournament, but the newest wave of cards are all banned, so players are going to have to make do with what they've had. Let's take a look. MushyMango versus nyxnyxnyx, game number 1. Okay, another mix-up that we've got from this season is I don't have my amazing ticker at the bottom. Web captioner has been sunset, so regrettably not going to be writing out funny stuff. I should look into a replacement for that. I haven't found one yet, so might as well just start the tournament off anyway. nyxnyxnyx has a pretty nice opener minion. Love to see that Kajuta. I should really look into getting a captioner replacement, because there were some pretty funny things that the captioner would say. MushyMango's got his most important minion for the stun style, these Yggdras. nyxnyxnyx has a uncommon removal spell. You don't see a lot of deep impact. Leading with a Kajuta to potentially get a mana tile. nyxnyxnyx could get a gigantic ramp. Next turn, Macanter Warbeasts. Almost. If one more mana could be cheated somehow. Oh, turn after turn Warbeasts if this Kajuta can survive one more turn. It might be worthwhile to use Silhouette Tracer to just have a body down. And definitely worthwhile to use a removal spell on this 2/3 before it turns into a 5/5. So quite the nice opener from Nyx. But MushyMango's got a pretty fantastic follow-up play. Just has this 5/5 out already deployed, and Nyx is stuck in place for a turn. So I'm not going to be able to walk up to get the Mechantra mana. A Mechantra could still be played. Between Flash and Kajuta, it'll take 3 damage. It's probably better to hold on to it, otherwise it runs into card issues. Nyx has got the Twin Fang, gonna hit real hard. MushyMango needs to do something about these artifact pips. EMP would solve it, but that's 2 turns away. So the name of the game is probably to stun and buy time. Velocity's just going for the Kajada on the back. Hydrogarm. Here it is. Locked down. MushyMango may have bought enough time to get to EMP territory. Nyxnyxnyx is running Marauders. These things are huge. You can't add these to your deck lightly. So with this Mechantra play, MushyMango is probably gonna have to freeze it and run away. Take it out with the Hydroguard. Top priority is don't be anywhere within striking distance of Moth here. And this play is made possible by being able to use this BBS at a distance. You can activate a Blood Surge. We can see the Silhouette Tracer though, so nyxnyxnyx might just come in hot for a gigantic hit. And yeah, he's even using it on the mana tile. Ooh, even 15, this EMP was 1 turn too late. 2 health in the bank. Crater can do a secret point of damage too. So if Nyx replaces and finds the second crater, that would be it. Has actually the removal to take it out. So this is actually the power of Deep Impact. Makes a crater pretty fantastic. Congratulations, Nyx taking the first game of the day with Big Voth. Very nice. We're jumping into game number 2 to see if MushyMango can get that second game, or if Nyx is starting with the first 2-0 of the day. Game number 2, there are no restrictions between the decks, so players can just play whichever of the decks that they want, for the group stage at least. So Nyx feeling good about the Voth, running it back. MushyMango busting out the 1 Vitruvian deck. So having Astral Crusader in your opening mulligan is kind of interesting because it's 2 dead cards that you have to replace. And if you replace one of them, it only buffs ones that are in your deck. So the other one that's sitting out in your bar doesn't get buffed. So one of them just gets mulliganed, which doesn't trigger its buff. But might be better because there's fewer dead cards in hand. So for openers, Desert Scout's pretty funny. The way to play around a Desert Scout is you gotta be in its face, because if it gets at least 2 tiles away from something, it can charge and punch it for pretty much free. Might not have been worth claiming the mana tile for it, but was able to get out of this Iris barrier, so MushyMango's probably just going to do some slashing right away. That would put Voth's attack really high though. So MushyMango actually deciding against taking an attack. So this Iris barrier is not really realizing its value yet. In fact, the Iris barrier is just falling off right now. Assuming Dio gets ignored. And you can see the power of Crater plus Twin Claw. Or Twin Fang. The damage boost is just game ending already. And Droplift doesn't even steal the active buff on it. So MushyMango would have to work all over to get that up. Probably wants to use Dio here to get a Tombstone. Opting to ignore the Crater with the General and then just tag it with Dio instead. Keeps it alive. Different sequencing would have benefited the Twin Fang though. Because if the Dio took damage first, well, if Mango loses by one, we'll know why. Nyxnyxnyx has no shortage of ways to ping away artifacts though. But this BTA is probably going to want to hit the Dio. Which will spawn something pretty annoying. But Deep Impact can make short work of a Tombstone. Seems to be pretty dire for MushyMango after getting hit that one time by that powered up Twin Fang. Droplift is becoming a much better card these days. They added a new suite of artifacts, so you generally just see them. Flash Reincarnation doesn't do anything. Dead card. So 3 more damage in hand. Oh, replaces and finds the Crypto. Or gets it off the Entropic Gaze draw. That'll be pretty nice insurance for next turn, but is now in a position where he's just taking 8 damage from that slash. Whoops. The Twin Fang power-up actually might do a nice reversal here for MushyMango. Needs to get rid of this artifact. So Let's Your Alchemist is gonna hit it. MushyMango's at 1 hit point. Any Crater will do it. Any BTA will do it. And the best defense that MushyMango can do is a Swarm King Scarab or this Provoke, which spawned in the back spot so it could be ignored. Oh no! Well, here's the way to shore up that weakness. And hilariously enough, Nyx can't break through it this turn. Because the Swarm King's pretty tanky, and is gonna just kill him in 1 hit, and there's no way to hit it back. So the turn where Nyx challenged his own Twin Fang seems to have lopsided the game against him. Yeah, it doesn't have the resources to push through 1 more point of damage or survive 1 more turn. Because any movement and the blast gets you, any minion and the Scarabites get you. Nyx is doing the plays that he's got. Good game. MushyMango tying up the series. 1-1. There's some possibility for tiebreakers. I'll have to do a count to see if that'll even be necessary. But we're moving on from that series from now. We'll see more nyxnyxnyx games. But next up, we got MushyMango versus the Face. The Wanderer deck is so huge, it had to like break the formatting just to fit all the cards on here. And it kind of falls behind the other one, but Kara Wanderer is extremely powerful. We've seen a bit of it before. As for the Starhorn deck, this one is relying around some build minions. It's got Apex to cheat everything out really quick, and Rebuke as the control option to get to late game. Grillmaster could potentially get a ton of keywords, but really it's about these Krygons and such. Going into series number 2, game number 1, MushyMango versus Indubitalment, also known as O underscore 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 O. Also known as the Face. Game number 1. Going into that. So the top 2 from each group will advance. See, MushyMango's 5th Canopic will be quite good. Taking some time with these replaces, because we know Mbala is not going to be in the starting hand. You gotta ship this one back. The other cards are all quite passable, though. We've got a Crossbones to potentially snipe out a range. That's not going to be happening. Rift Beast, kind of out in space on his own card, but is a very good card. Just tempoing out the Crossbones. Does threaten 2 mana tiles, and it's too tanky to really be beaten. Except for a LPS. So Saj Tempo, gonna tempo. Name of the game for this deck is just chop every minion as they show up, so stuff like Lost in the Desert can hit really easily. This Kara Wanderer deck would love to ramp out an early Wanderer, but not getting the opportunity to do that. Best option might have been to do a Wisp, but is now committing to picking up this mana tile. Here's some stuff, and it's buffed. MushyMango could destroy these minions if he put his mind to it. Rift Beast might be the higher value one to take out, especially because Thunderclap could take a copy of it. That seems pretty good. Yeah. In fact, it's just going to BBS it, so Felchus can focus on taking out this other 3/3 to protect the Rift Beasts. Draw solution stolen. Now MushyMango just needs to backline this thing. I'm pretty happy to see the include of Monolithic Vision. Hope we can see some more of this. Next turn, this deck really comes alive. And Wanderer can get to wander in. So this turn, the option's probably to take out the artifact. Nope. It's not. This positioning seems pretty good though. Thunderclap can't get any targets right away. feel like you would want to draw with a Rift Beast before you replace, because that gives you more card options to replace. And you might just be drawing into the card you had just replaced. It has an assortment of stuff. But MushyMango can't afford to let up the pressure, because if the face here can fade and pump up, then that might be a game ender. But what to do? It's gotta be a fade back into a Desert Scout right in the back, so this can actually charge kind of like a Blast Minion, it just goes forward any distance. It's got the "at least" text on it, but it's not "at most." So this Wisp is going to need something in front of it to block against it. It's kind of tempting to Dispel. This Rift Beast would actually be a really good Dispel as well. But it's got to be Wanderer time, right? Oh, we're doing Jacks. This is a pretty cool option too. Bunch of 2/2 ranged everywhere. One of the 2/2 ranged can just be taken though. And Blood of Air could take down another 2 of them. So I have a feeling like this could backfire for the face pretty quickly. Fortunately for the face, the +1/+1 buff does not get carried over, so the 1/1 range isn't that impressive. Lost in the Desert not functioning right now. This is a pretty good formation. Play around it. I would imagine the play is Blood of Air to take care of 2 of these ranged, but maybe it's not. How about a 5th Canopic? Really? Well, maybe using Blood of Air on a 2/2 or a token didn't feel good, because you're taking out 1/5 of a card. Rift Beast kind of let itself get exposed though. But Mini Jacks can do some cleanup. So this seems like a decent position for MushyMango. That is until the Wanderer drops. Now this is a miserable position for MushyMango. And having 3 range minions that have 3 power each is almost unbeatable. Nope. Opportunity. Desert Scout can punch one of them out. And then Lost in the Desert does a lot. Oh. Face was playing around Lost in the Desert and around this Desert Scout until he wasn't. Time for some desert technology. Check this out. Woo! Punch that guy out from across the screen. And then every other ranged minion just melts away at the same time. What a good spell. And excellent ability use. MushyMango's fighting back, but there's some nasty minion generators in Kara's hand here. We could see the ambush pack, or we could see these 2. Given the hand, the ambush pack might be marginally more valuable. And pretty good positioning, so even if Voice of the Wind was hit by Blood of Air, it could not hit this Wisp. Black Lotus, it's a threat that multiplies itself, so it gets taken out. The other option there was MushyMango could have potentially just dropped the EMP. That would have put an end to all these Naxi text boxes. Yeah, and Wanderer set to do its thing. So the Icebreak Ambush always gives you a set of 4 minions that are the same. But they're all infiltrated because they're all summoned in this side. So even if these Snow Changers get immediately cleaned up, they just go back into pocket. And despite the awesome Lost in the Desert play from earlier, it looks like MushyMango is just getting caved in here. The Swarm King Scarab could do a ton of work if it gets a turn, but this Wolf Raven flies, so there's no escape. And when in doubt, biggest dude is usually a mantra that works. One thing MushyMango does have going for him is the much fatter action bar. So if he can get some turns to do some plays, can definitely make a comeback here. Biggest problem was the minion generator over here that's generated a bit of extra beef. So there's a lot of stats to deal with. Yellow Destroyer making an excellent point in chat by putting this EMP basically as far forward as he could, gave his opponent the most amount of choices to be able to how to trade with it. Whereas putting it in the back line, you could make it so it couldn't get ganked on one turn, and then you can have it punch what you want. And Mentor in the back, the real benefit of this is it gives you more cards in hand to replace. So 5th Canopic here is at least pretty protected, so that'll turn off the Bloodbound Mentor. And if MushyMango can clear up these minions and set up with a Swarm King Scarab, he's got a route to victory on his own. Of course, Aspect of the Ravager would be a fine counter to it. And Kron's going to be a big threat. It always sucks to replace into Kron, because now you can't replace once he's out to get something immediately. Sometimes I've even just held the Kron for an extra turn, just to get the value of the second minion for sure. Because it might be immediately removed, you never know. But it's just so good for the situation, and 5th Canopic can't even take it out in a hit, so it is just here. And 5th Canopic, annoying enough that it gets hit by the hard removal, which does open the way for Swarm King Scarab, but Kron needs to be dealt with. Something like a Reader will need to be replaced for, or a Falcius could do it. Maybe another Blood of Air. Replaces and finds 2 Dios. It's not helping the hand texture. Damn, and took just enough damage that the 2 chumps left over are lethal. But is allowing his opponent to make a mistake, playing to his outs. So if something like a Kinetic Surge went down, this Pride Beak immediately gets a heal off. But he realizes now he's got lethal. Congratulations to Indubitably for getting the first win of the series over MushyMango. Taking another peek at these lists, MushyMango could potentially run back this giant Kara list, or could get into the slot pulling evolutionary Apex style. MushyMango, we'll see which of his 2 decks that he'll use going into game number 2 of this little series. Yes, indeed. We have. We're just running it right back. Same matchup. Mixing up the starting positions. So with Zix, a good place to place a minion that spawns a minion randomly around it. Putting it right in the center is really good, because it could potentially take another mana tile without taking it that turn. Opting instead to go for the turn 1 cryo, or crypto, which makes Zix a lot better. MushyMango never did find the Astral Crusaders last game after replacing them, they just got lost in the deck. And with a +1 to boot. Gigantic start, which is pretty impressive for the deck, because this deck does have a fantastic late game as well with all the generators and a +1 to attack on top of it. MushyMango defending his Falkius from minions, keeping it up here. The mana was taken actually right away instead of securing it for a Wanderer turn, opting to get the Voice of the Wilds going to work right away. Which is going to make it even bigger once it does drop. So it might be a Blood of the Air target. This generator is so strong for Wanderer, especially Kara Wanderer, it's kind of nuts. Fifth Canopic, really well timed, because otherwise it could have been pretty good. Wintertide plus BBS, or Kara, or Locke plus Snowchaser plus BBS. No, that's happening though. And an Astral Crusader finally came back. Might be worth dropping, because gigantic threats can cut a path forward to a win. Generally wants to keep as many minions as alive as he can, so once Wanderer does come, it's going to be huge. But has to fade a whole turn. Mentor doesn't do anything right now, but Voice of the Wind sure does. And some walls. These will stun even a general that hits them. And they become pretty annoying once they're 1/3s. So the minion generator needs to be taken out. Blood of the Air, Fine Cards was there. And probably use minions to clear up these bone chills. BBS to clear Zix. Yeah. Cutting down the minion counts is a really good way to play around this kind of deck. Opting to keep the 5th Canopic protected. That is a good choice because Lightbender just showed up. Face going face. That's how he got his name. Which is kind of surprising because I feel like he has a stronger late game, but is just gonna look to trade health anyway, having a little bit of advantage. So we're not seeing much for possibilities for Thunderclap steals that are great. Getting a 3-3 isn't really worth it. So maybe fade away and get the healers online. Get a backup 5th Canopic. Desert Scout gets worse the later in the game it gets. So it would be good to drop down right now. Here's the 6th Canopic. This isn't a symmetrical effect, so 5th Canopic's only locking down Kinetic Surge, so Psionic Strike still functions. Not gonna be able to Psionic Strike much with this kind of health bar though. Basically just doing this play to swap in a threat, a 4-3 in the back line. MushyMango's almost entirely surrounded. And it's too late for Desert Scout to do any dash punches. Okay, so BBS back online. Lightbender hit them both. But having some regret over this play because he managed to silence his own Snow Chaser in the process. Whoops. MushyMango down to 6. Needs to clear some lethal threats. And put up a wall of beads. So, pretty good recovering move. Opting actually healed the 2 5th Canopics instead of bringing his general up, so now the Canopics and the general are at 6 hit points. Gotta be careful though, because yeah, Wanderer's in range to hit. So lock into Wintertide is one hell of a play when you've got the Winter buff out, or the Wanderer buff out. Because a wall of 5/5 provokes. Line our dreams they could do this move. It's like an adamantine vow right on top of the enemy. And although one of them could be cleared and taken, it wouldn't be taken with provoke. So it looks like it is curtains for MushyMango. Looks like the face with the incredible Kara deck coming in with a 2-0. His own 5th Canopic hits slightly too weak to be able to clear any of these. So perhaps by a minion dying and proccing Thunderclap, it can wall out other minions, but that won't even matter because there's 2 angles of attack. Congratulations to the face. For a 2-0 victory for MushyMango's Vitruvian. It is sad to see a Vitruvian go out because, as we look at the factions again, we can see that Vitruvian, although Vitruvian made up 50% of Tournament 5, they make up 6% of this tournament. It went way down. For a little closer look at the specifics, we are jumping into Thextera, the Rag, Eggs, and Ilina control. A lot of green and a lot of blue on this side, but it's mostly blue we're seeing get busted out. As for what Thextera Aeon Strider's got for his decks on the very far right side, we've got a Regnora deck that is going to try to make use of Flaming Stampede and has just a bunch of eggs to go with it. Ryzen's an interesting bit. 3 Lightbenders to avoid the cheese. And the Alina deck has so many removal spells, it's just going to lock down the enemy and have a bunch of... I don't know, we'll have to see what this win con turns into, but it's got Oak and the Nematon to really go ham with that. So yeah, we'll be able to see possibly the Vanar trial come out. Going into MushyMango versus Thextera, and this is our last MushyMango game for the day, because we're doing it alphabetical. Series number 3, game number 1, tournament number 7, jumping into it. Excellent. We've got the Trial versus the Artifice, which is actually not a bad matchup for the Artifact player, because although your enemy might have +4/+4 on their entire team, you can kill any number of overstated minions once you have the full combo. So MushyMango will be fine once he can get all 3 pieces of the Triforce together. Funny thing about Nematon is you need to have 5 different tokens with the same names alive at the same time. So you do a lot of filling the board with garbage and then hoping that some of it sticks. A lot of it gets put off to the side. Hydra Garm is going to be some very needed area of effect. But it can't activate for another 2 turns, so Ice Barriers come out instead. So a token minion is defined as anything you can't put into your deck, which actually includes backsides of minions. So the symbol of Yggdrasil will count once it transforms. Blazing Spines. Trials at 3. The gravity wells do a good job protecting the other kinds of walls. There's some consideration to not attack with the blazing spines, just to keep it around a little longer. Wow, Drake Dowager? Nasty. It's not the play though. Making the play that guarantees that Thex is getting all the tokens that he needs. So this Fox token needs to be taken out ASAP, otherwise Nematon is just happy. It seems pretty unstoppable actually, because between Kron and all these other token generators, it looks like Nematon is getting there. MushyMango is going to need to do some serious cleaning. Getting rid of this tree ant is actually quite the nice setback. Trial down to 3. And then once this Blazing Spines is out and this well is hit again, then Thextera is kind of in a situation. Trial 2. Maybe these Blazing Spines need to be further back. Drake Dowager is nice, but it's actually predictable because this is the only Sentinel in the deck. And since we've got open lists, MushyMango can just look and see that this will spawn infinite Drakes as soon as this general attacks. That can't really be helped though, because this artifact style, it needs to attack the proc its artifacts. So maybe a seismic elemental gift is a decent option. Well, here's the power of Drake Dowager. It's ranged and spawns a 4/4 every turn with flying. That might be enough to win on its own. The only removal option I saw was Aspect of the Mountains nearby. And yeah, the cat cub actually. Well, one piece of the artifact has fallen off. Thextera is in a great position. Because this Hydro Guard was nowhere near positioned to be able to take out the Strike Dowager. Deck's pretty spoiled for choice, might want to do something like... Well, it's too late for Kron. The place already happened. How about some garbage? This stops the Hydro Guard from moving much. And does a pretty good impersonation of a Time Walk to just eat an entire turn. And freezing the Bone Chill Barrier. Pretty excellent, gets a 5/5. What can MushyMango do to get out of this one? The full artifact combo is not here. Concealing Shroud's a funny way to buy a turn, but Thextera will happily take the extra turn to pump up. The last turn that he's got before these 4/4s are flying in. Crystallize on a gravity. So Crystallize, it does not actually work on a flying minion like you'd want it to. Frostburn is okay. But Thex is going to 5 of 5, and if you hit 5 of 5 on your trial at any point, you can just cast it even later. Can't get their hand drop though on the same turn. This Flying Drake probably gonna hit the Hydrogarm. And might as well get the 5 of 5. Easy way to get that is dropping Inquisitor Kron and replacing. Or dropping some Blazing Spines. Or even the Bear transformation would do it. Kron! Trial complete! Also, here's a bear. And once this Oak of the Nematon drops, +4/+4 is... You thought Wanderer was strong. Imagine that 4 times over. Well, here's the best counter he's got. Frostburn! It's like a slightly bigger Tempest. And the excellent finishing touch. So now actually the 4/4 doesn't even bump a lot. It would make for some gigantic illusions and Blazing Spines. So every illusion is a bomb. MushyMango could potentially get 2/3 of his combo going. Aspect of the Mountains, take a token. And a pair of stuns to take out the others. Just ignoring Thextera's awesome buff. You just have to kill the general to win. Yeah. Thex has got a Frostburn of his own. And could drop gigantic walls. Instead going for gigantic provokes. So if MushyMango can get all 3 pieces of this artifact together, then all these minions just disappear. And Hydrogarm can buy a lot of time. Space created. Can't get away from these provokes, but at least they're not going anywhere. And even has the Reassurance for next turn. see. Deck's got some big options. Big Kron minion. How about a 6/6 flying? Pretty good positioning. This Kron positioning can backfire though, because if the bottom two right in minions are just frozen, then it can't replace and generate anything anymore. So this could be just a lockdown quadrant. Just needs Ice Shatter Gauntlet. Throw it down with stuns he's got. 6/6 flying is probably gonna get hit by this flash freeze. And he can chip his way out of this. He just needs to build an Ice Auger. Going for the Thunderhorn approach instead. This will apply so much damage because everything is linked. And since everything is frozen in place, there's no separating it. Yeah, MushyMango's hanging in there pretty fantastically. Despite the win rate of going against someone that has a completed trial being so low. So Thextera could just transform this into a dog. Could also just transform Hydrogarm, which surely isn't the bigger threat now. Ooh, here's an idea. The Vox transform actually you should use on your own stuff once you've got it going. It's a 7/7 essentially rush. Very nice. The walls are closing in. Well, freed from provoke. Could walk immediately into it again. Mage Sworn has made an appearance. There's no way to stop Kron though. Icy keeps the flyer in place. Excellent. So Luminous Charge is quite the counter. MushyMango might need something like a Shroud to get around it. Hydrogarm's done a ton of work this game. It finally can be destroyed, and something takes its place. Absolutely overstated minions clearing the way. Oh, 6/6 range. This thing's basically a Mechazor. here is the ultimate jail. Game over. MushyMango replaces does not find the gauntlet. Can at least exit jail with this get out of jail free card, but is going to be taking 6 flying, 6 ranged, and 4 from this? Can opt out of a lot of it with the high guard. So now it's just the flyer to be concerned about. Aspect of Shimzar is pretty funny to use on your own stuff when your pet gets +4/+4, because you might get something like Dex, which has celerity. And then Thex's probably going to do a nice horizontal wall here, if I were to guess. Yep, Fox Ravager for the finisher. Congratulations, Thex, for the game 1 win. Let's have another look at these deck lists before we throw it back to game number 2 to see if Thextera or if MushyMango are gonna switch off Elena. Or maybe they'll do another run back of the Ditto. I feel like the artifact combo can still beat the trial. He made it pretty convincing that it was pretty solid play, but let's see how they do in the next game. Sure enough, we're just back here. Even the same orientations. Gonna have to come up with a new opener though, because a turn 1 build heal is not great. Turn 1 walls though, just fine. These take so long to clear, but MushyMango's not doing anything else. You might as well just try to clear them. Although that would cut off the next turn of being able to make a fight for the mana spring. Yeah, so considering that, MushyMango would rather potentially get it. Turns out Thex was really hungry for the mana, so grabs it with the wolf transformation, with the fox, and then there it is, Gravity Well. This incredible spell only costs 2 mana. T-Horn is a fantastic counter to way too many minions that are all in linked formation now. This time I'll be able to do some work. Thex is probably gonna have to turn into a bear. Yeah, so a bear can deal with it pretty well. Oh, the Tigris Cub spawned in Provoke. That's really unlucky. A lot of other placements would be able to take out the big old roller bear, but Flash Freeze is the finisher there. Doesn't want to use too many of those, because those just go through the hand like nothing, and then he finds himself with an empty grip. Trial 505. Build minion counts. So now the name of the game is take out as many tokens as possible. I would have expected this cub to take a diagonal step up to fight this tutu, but instead it's gonna turn to a mountain. That's a good way to turn out the factory. Yeah, and even if Nemeton hits right now, it's not doing a whole lot. It's probably still the play though, because the follow-up of Kron is kind of busted. And it's a 6/6, pretty respectable. Probably would drop it above the Tigers, keep it from running around, or somewhere farther away from the seismic. Okay, just putting it here to cut off the falling back option. And a wall has killed a wall. Well, MushyMango's got to go into go mode. Two Latigris? That would guarantee the Nemeton death. Well, on the 5/5 we'll have to trade in for it. Or it could just be locked down and ignore it. Yeah, maybe this is the play. And then just try to rush her down before more nastiness comes out. Winter Tide's pretty good. Going for the Circulus starter. Ooh, it gets all three. Sometimes the spell only seems to make two when there's other stuff in the column. So it has 2/3 of a combo. EMP doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, maybe keeping the Cubs alive would have been higher value. Oof, we can see that EMP clears walls and it stops this from making more tokens, which is probably worth it. MushyMango having some regret. Maybe expected the buff to fall off of them with EMP. Oh no. Yeah, trials are generally uninteractable once they've kicked off. The interaction you had with them were the turns leading up to them. Managed to get a pretty sizable life total lead though. Thex is gonna have to play safe. Is going to be able to make a lot of stats though. Yeah, token creatures don't actually care about Dispel, but walls in particular do, just because of the specific mechanics they've got. And with the virtue of gigantic stats, everything is cleared and everything is walled off, and MushyMango is just in jail. Rest in peace. Congratulations, Thex Aeons. Wait, oh, never mind. I thought we had the full combo here. There was not a scythe though. Here's 2/3 of the combo. The full combo actually would have full cleared this, but is critically lacking the ability to reactivate after killing a frozen minion. And 3 licks later, there goes the artifact suite. Good game. One more prayer emoji for good measure, and bam, there it is. Dog transform from Burst 7. Thextera with the 2-0 win. The power of the Nematon. Nice to see Vanartrell kicking it off. Doing good stuff there. Next up, we are done with MushyMango. On to nyxnyxnyx versus the face. So any of those two Nyx lists you see could be facing possibly that gigantic list or the Starhorn one next to it. I haven't actually seen the Starhorn yet because the Kara one is just so strong. Let's see what happens. This is series number 4. We're just over 25% of the way through all these games. Nyxnyxnyx, definitely specializing in the two factions here. Oh, turn 1 shivers. This is a pretty optimal turn 1 for a Voth, being able to just pump up immediately. Suddenly 3 toughness minions are not safe. So a lock could be put on this mana and a B behind it, and then... yeah, I don't need to use the lock up. Crater! It's here for the deep impact and Twin Claw, but also just incidentally deletes a lot of minions. Yeah, people sometimes skip Crater and just get Blistering Scorn, but they forget this is only 3 mana. Time for unit generator in the back. And it's actually, it gets around the natural selection. And it can't be plasma stormed. Seems pretty good. But Mechanical War Beast is here. And thanks to both mana, able to power it up. Putting the face firmly on the back foot in this game. Crater play into the Mechanical. And there's no burst or easy way to take out this War Beast. Snow Chaser's on the wrong side of the map, so taking 2 steps forward to make that function. And this is a pretty good way to play around the War Beast. It's not getting any multi-hits. Could potentially crash in everything just to get the natural selection to empty the board. Yeah, that's basically the only play. Yeah, these Voth buffs are getting out of control. And he's running 3 Drogons, 3 Cryptos, so this number could spike. Fortunately, does have the Lightbender to deal with it, which is going to be more reliable than trying to lock it in place. Just in case like a Silhouette Tracer shows up. Mechanical not immediately trading before. So opting for the Kron play. Slightly greedier. Might not be as good because an Overload can just hit it. Yeah. Or could Silhouette Tracer to just avoid it. So the Lightbender Dispel may have been stronger after all. but it's certainly a good play now, right? These infiltrate cards aren't it. Might as well drop the Wanderer and Snow Chaser just off to the left. Nyxnyxnyx has such a strong hand in board position despite not having any minions and only up 3 health. Always looking for the lethal. Not quite having it this turn. This turn actually might be best just to clear some minions. Maybe. The problem with punching the Snow Chaser is it just goes back into the action bar. And it costs a bunch of blood. Yeah, punching and then Nat instead of Plasma Net. This sets up for a kill turn, but is slightly riskier. Yeah, so next BBS, Voth hits for 12, which is just lights out. Taking 2 steps to the right and dropping a Lightbender is kind of a way around that. Snow Chaser in the middle is like kind of a wall, but it's mostly just here as an extender for the dispel. Circulus, BBS, trapping Voth in. Ah, walling Voth out. Yeah, that was very key dispel. 10-10 is quite a nice stat line to be when your opponent will die in 1 hit from it. So Nyx might want to look to soften up his opponent with a single Mecanter hit, or what do we got? Plasma Storm only hits Circulus. Natural Selection gets 1 more. Drogon could trade itself. Simplify the board? Isn't that the Magmar way? Okay. This way pushes a ton of damage instead. Seems good. Yeah, now 6. How can a wall be made? Well, there's actually a couple options for that. Needs to play around the Silhouette Tracer though. Can't just hit this Mecanter and go to 2 and assume that walls will wall him out. Even an Entropic Gaze would be lethal at that point. The face here really needs a Blistering Scorn to combo with this Illuminous Charge. Going to instead hope on the heart of the cards, which is to say this Illusionist, to make the perfect defender. And needs to position walls around himself to both threaten this 4 beast and cut off every approach? How does that function? Even with a +1 attacked on it, this Voth is getting places, and EMP, or this Plasma is just going to shut it down regardless. Yeah. Well, what happened here at least is the illusionist got put out of Mecanter range. So the Mecanter can't just walk in here and clear this. You know, assuming the bombs would immediately take this out, which they would. So Nyx gonna want to teleport to this bottom right square. Burn for 2, punch for 3, and then is 1 short on lethal? That's not good. That was a lift for 2. Marauder is not the play. Flash Silhouette Tracer is kind of interesting. That means he almost wins. Luminous Charges blowing up the Mecanter is still kind of a problem. So Mecanter probably has a backup before Plasma is cast. Fading as Voth always feels wrong, but it feels like you have to fade because of these walls. Taking them out should just be fine though. It's not like it's going to be turn after turn of Luminous. Prismatic Illusion will be able to make some stuff, but it's fine. With Avanar pinned on their own side of the map, the Icebreak Ambush doesn't work that well. Taking 2 steps back though I didn't expect. But can do some fencing with the Silhouette Tracer, so it's probably fine. There is a lot of kill potential between flashing in this Tracer for 2 mana and the other 7 mana for the Life Force. This Illusionist is just slightly too powerful to deal with though. So here comes Maw. It just eats a Mecanter and is his biggest one. And here's the finisher. Nyx is out of time. Needs another Plasma ASAP. Marauder is not going to get a turn to work. Deep Impact. 1, 2, 3. Teleports 3 spaces! Oh my god! Look at this! Oh no! He didn't flash Reincarnation? Oh, he didn't need to. He had the BBS for the extra 4 damage. Just enough to kill the face. Congratulations, Nyx. Nyx getting first blood. Kara Wanderer is defeatable. Which might even scare him to his other deck, but I don't know if that deck is going to cut it in the Magmar Mirror. Yeah, cool stuff. Let's go into game number 2 of Nyx First the Face. Faces got a 0-2 from the MushyMango encounter, but lost the first match here. So nyxnyxnyx might be able to score himself a 2-0. Might be his ticket to the upper bracket. And yeah, check it out. We've got Faye. Here is a 2-2 with just airdrop, so it's great to muck up opening turns. Sometimes it's placed to directly take the Mana Spring. In this case, it's gonna take it the next turn. And it's pretty undeal-withable. Basically, all I can do is develop in the corner safely with a B. Yeah, Faye. This is a pretty good combo deck, so watch out. Proto Sensor. polarities. The idea with the polarity is they can be cast on a Giago here, the instant 10 out of nowhere. We got a few other uses too. These polarities actually would have crushed the Magmar deck that the face is running because it has a ton of build minions. Arctic Displacer is a bit of a weird one, but this deck runs Spirit of the Wild to try to power them out. Shiver me shivers. Turn 2 and still a struggle to collect this mana tile. But pretty excellent timing on the Illusionist into BBS. Unfortunate spawn position for the illusion though. It could have been blasted by the Warbird, but Nyx choosing to get the Giago instead. This thing is kind of like a pig with provoke. The classic replace and find a Kron. I can't even take a step towards the mana tile. The Shivers actually could fly and pick up the mana tile and secure Wanderer mana. That might be worth it. Shivers just going in for a mana itself though. I don't know, I feel like stealing the mana might have been better, but a permanent mana is probably a lot better than the temporary one. And it's really easy to play around the B after the first few turns. So Hailstone Prison sets the face back on tempo a whole lot. 2 Hailstone Prisons set him back just ludicrously. Has a mana advantage and a stuff in hand advantage, but is being menaced by a 1 power minion. Of course, this could attack for 10 anytime it wants, so I've got to keep that in mind. Replacing into Revoke is pretty nice. Really gums up this board. Has a Crystal Wisp. It's too late for this. Not too late for Maw. The Maw attack doesn't pump up this guy's attack. It doesn't count as an attack. Seems good. Lots of airdrop. It might be time to polarity the Giago just so it can clear Kron and then get Impervious G in second. Kron is like the best minion in this deck. Surely it can't be suffered to survive one more turn. Yeah, there's also consideration for getting this guy out, who's just already 10 power. Don't need to wiggle it with a spell. Opting to just keep G in place. That's pretty respectable, because it hits minimum 3 power back. Pretty strong position keyword combination from the second Kron minion, though. This Toiling Vassal might do some work. Or we might get blasted by BBS, who knows. this Arctic Displacer is gonna come in knocking at this rate. Something like a pony has to come down. Moving this provoke minion 2 steps right also would have absorbed the hit. But just gonna finish it off with the Paragon. Pretty strong positioning. And with the buffed walls on the bottom row. How does Nyx get himself out of this? I feel like this Kron needed to be off the table. And this proto sensor is surely the replace. If it's not the replace, the best option is dropping a Pervious G, which gets cleaned up immediately. Not replacing to find a Frostfire. I feel like you would want to do a replace before you do any attack, because it could possibly change your attack. Oh yeah, if we look at the list real quick, we can see that on nyxnyxnyx's blue list, it actually isn't running any of those. It's all Spirit of the Wilds, Cryogenesis, Hailstone Prisons for spells. So a 2/2 is the play, that just block the pony out for a turn. And it at least stops the ranged minion from getting a free hit. But yeah, Spirit of the Wild combo, it would do 20 damage, and then 2 more from the BBS, right? That's assuming that Impervious Jago has 10 hit points to start the turn, and Boundless Courage get replaced exactly into that spell. Well, this wall got a lot taller. And safest thing to do is take out the Impervious Jago, because 10 burst damage is exactly what Nyx wanted. But ain't getting. Oh, 13 hit points. 10 from these two and 4 from the walls. It'll be a turn for that, right? And a Pride Beak to turn off the lethal, even if it did come together. So, tying up the series, the face, with his gigantic pile of stats, and Kara Wanderer buffed board. With the Sunset Paragon showing up just in time, and the Kron to just take over the whole game. Able to clear a few minions. BBS actually healing before it damages. GG. It is 1-1 on that series. Not a best of 3 though, so we're on to the next series. Congrats to the face to tie it up, and cool game one from Nyx. Next up, we've got nyxnyxnyx versus Thextera. So yes, columns 2 and 4 are going at it. Gonna be launching into this next game. We're almost halfway there. Number 5. Okay, we got Thex versus this. Check it out, we got green on green. Thextera's got quite a few golems, mostly just the egg package. Twin Fang crater to be huge. And nyxnyxnyx gonna try to deal the damage with his own general for the most part. Lava Slashers might be the X factor in the matchup though. But there aren't a lot of high value targets for them, so maybe not. This game might come down to how does nyxnyxnyx deal with Twin Fang and the gigantic amount of damage and charges it can have. So a pretty rare opener, you usually don't see a diagonal step into a summon just above because it doesn't allow you to grab the mana very easily. It's kind of telling your opponent, I don't need this mana. Twin Fang is kind of nuts with the Ragnora though because the Celerity Rippers hit twice and pump it up twice a lot of the time. And these craters pump it up so many times, it's definitely worth the durability pip going down to get like plus 10 damage. Because we've seen that just end games. One hit of this when it's big, and that's it. Nasty combo here is Greater Fortitude and Hatching Your Egg to get a 5/3 celerity. I didn't see any of the minions that wake up eggs, but I think there's 3 egg morphs to do it. So the combo's still in here. So a natural selection seems like a fine thing to throw down on this metallurgist. Natural selection is going to stop getting good targets once eggs start coming in. So might as well take it out now. Can't do much about Thextera just getting these mana tiles though. So that doesn't feel great. Perhaps Crypto here can walk over to the mana string, drop a Silhouette Tracer on it, and then warp Voth over to this mana spring to collect both mana springs and still have leftover mana for natural selection. Or we're gonna flash out a Marauder. Here's the 9/7. Absolutely making the call out that Thex doesn't have any natural selections of his own. One hell of a minion. So many stats. It's got a very obvious weakness, but to exploit it, this 2/2 over here needs to die. With 2 craters, that could be done. Opting to step in range of it. Must be looking to drop some minions to wall it. Oh, there it is. The Lava Slasher actually can nab this minion. Uh-oh. You can't run this minion lightly. Generally, you want to be running a deck that doesn't have any minions. And a 2/2 liability was exactly that. Where it's actually just throwing this game right out. But, check it out. Plasma Storm. And that simplified the board enough that now this Marauder is just a 9/7. Maybe it was all to plan to get Nyx for Thextera to overextend into this Marauder answer. And now Thex doesn't have any good answers to deal with this thing. An Eggmorph will take it out at some point. Maybe the name of the game is to run away until that shows up. You could lay an egg. And Rage Binder, heal up, doesn't do anything, but it's still a 5. Pretty big hit with Lava Slasher. And yeah, we can see the double natural selection play here that's available. Yeah, very short turn from Nyx, but pretty decisive. And Thex is all Rage Minders. And a Twin Fang to threaten some real damage. Downside of Rebirth minions is they could potentially be clowned on by a Mechander like this. This Mechander can allow this Marauder to be stolen back. And Nyx seems to be fine with that. So the play is hide in the corner, get the War Beast. Here's a free Marauder. So here's a Ryzen. Here's a funny minion. The amount of AoE that Nyx has, can probably get through it, no problem. Big problem though is the minion that got handed off. So this egg is looking pretty tasty. Might want a Silhouette Tracer towards it to hit it. And it is all deep impacts. Okay, so that has to be the play, because getting hit for 9 is no good. Probably wants to teleport down here. The Silhouette Tracer ought to be placed way back here so it can't be killed super easily for the Marauder take back. Don't punch it and go to 5. Okay, it's egg time. Wasn't expecting him to go to the back row, but this works. It's not giving the Ryzens any space to do their multiplying. Damage all, and then turns his Rage Binder into an egg. No place to drop Ryzen, that's safe. Well, seems like a decent turn. Nyx's hand is actually not... Okay, it significantly improved. This Warbeast could do something. Warbeast could potentially just eat this egg. Yep. Might as well place the Warbeast right there. Clears every single minion, stays at full health. Brilliant. Ooh. And the finishing touch. Congratulations, nyxnyxnyx. Getting game 1 over Thextera. Ion Strider. Very nice. It was all in the Warbeast replace, and the Deep Impact was just some gravy on top to cut the way through. So pretty good combination of cards in hand. That's what it takes. Next up we got Faye. And here it is. Spirit of the Wild. Spirit of the Wild unfortunately costs 5 mana, so it can't be comboed with the 5 mana 10 for airdrop. Oh, here's a funny opener I've seen again. The response to it this time is probably just going to be a crater somewhere. Yep. So this seems to be a much better response. Doing the diagonal step diagonal placement, it lets you take the side mana. Okay, so here's our first casting of Boundless Courage. It gives it a permanent attack up and the temporary invincibility. So this clearing a minion and hitting for 4, real nice stuff. Slightly too small to just throw an egg on. If there was a basilisk somewhere on the field hiding out, a natural selection would be able to kill it if it could target it. It just needs to be targetable before it pumps up. So Ryzen is a really funny minion. If you choose to ignore it and summon stuff anyways, you might be in for a bad time. So we might actually see a basilisk after this gets unsummoned. Because Hailstone Prison allows you to do stuff. There is a 1 in 3 chance that the egg it spawns could just be immediately smashed by a replicant, but we don't take those chances. Maybe if it was a 2 in 3. Flank maneuver. Mostly putting this backline minion here so Ryzen has no place to go. So Ryzen's gonna have to skip a turn, which is unfortunate because Thex has 2 Ryzens. Swapping one of those. Lava Slasher, maybe the best minion in the deck. There it goes. Well, we gotta give that award to Mccanter, the actual best minion. Note that Spirit of the Wild does not reactivate generals, it's just going to reactivate minions. And doesn't have any good targets right now. Replicant does some decent impersonation of card draw. So maybe that's the play. Boundless Courage is slightly too small to take out Lava Slasher. Or I guess we're doing that anyway? Yep. Story for minions. And the trick with Replicant is you play two of them, and then you just always replace the third one, because it's opening gambit's never going to fire. Mocanter the first. Ugh, too many Spirit of the Wilds. But with the Mana Forger, that actually turns the combo on with the 10-4 airdrop into this. Is regrettably 1 mana short of being able to do a Dio into immediate reactivation. This Warbeast is just so troublesome. It's probably the play to take 2 steps to the left and then hit it to wall out the mana. Sounds preferable to a Warbeast on the loose. And then try to run away with the Mana Forger to keep it alive. I don't like running to the left though, because you want to have your opponent kind of stuck on their side of the board if you can. Because Spirit of the Wild actually only reactivates stuff on the opponent's side, so it doesn't do anything anymore. For indeed it is Thextera who has infiltrated Nyx. Could be the key to cracking it and getting the W. Has a comparatively much nicer action bar. Turning Dio into an egg is looking pretty good. Because that gets around the Tombstone. Okay, Lightbender also takes out the Tombstone and does double work in stopping the Mana Forger's text. Taking 2 steps back to the right puts you back in the infiltrate zone, so it's not the best. Do you really want to space away from Dio that badly? Probably do. Okay, so the diagonal step here and dropping another minion to wall. Or just getting an egg going. So the Ultis can make short work with Silithar along with Mana Forger. And then manually chop the egg. We got the prayer emoji. Does that mean this game is over? Double Twin Fang suggests this game is gonna be over pretty soon. Especially if a Crater shows up. Spirit of the Wild actually would have been enough for lethal if Dio was over here able to hit twice. If BBS was around at least. Basilisk on the mana. Clear the free egg. Only took 1 step, so that's in range of the Lightbender. That might be an issue. Okay, Lightbender is actually just going to be bumped back into hand.
Impervious G is pretty nice because it has as many hit points as the general does. Ooh, Flaming Stampede, the game's over. Oh, check this out, Lavalanche. Thextera. Tying up the series 1-1. Nice, nice. Which leaves us with one single game left for Group A. We've got the right side. It is the Face versus Thextera. Could potentially be trial on trial. Who could even predict such a thing? Well, let's jump into game number 1. Series number 6. That is it for nyxnyxnyx games, though. Definitely good stuff. And yeah, I was expecting Lavalanche to have like a big animation that covered the whole screen, but we got small individuals that were on each unit. But a lot of the effects and stuff are still in the works, and who knows what they'll change to in the coming days. Alright, this is it for Group A. 2 games from these two. And yes, indeed, it is trial on trial. So we got the Vanguard trial, get 5 tokens with different names, get +4/+4 on all tokens. And then we've got Wanderer, just get +1/+1 for your whole team. As long as you have no duplicates. It's kind of a non-downside though, because it means you have a ton of variety in your deck and you can always have so many like fringe playable cards that a lot of decks can want, like a Maw or Air Pridebeak, but they can do incredible stuff. Shivers is kind of funny against the walls because you can stab them and get mana, and the Shivers sticks around. Of course, something else is gonna come and bash it, but there's always the dream of getting multiple mana off the 1B. Be into Bone Chill. Get some mana. Oh, nope. Be into Maw. Another line of play was mawing the center barrier and then attacking the one in front, but that allows Thextera to take the center tile and your general stunned, so it's probably a lot worse. Fox transforms! And the unsummon on the B is so brutal. Pretty good answer to it. So Night Watcher hoses some kinds of decks. So Thextera's had no problems getting his trial out in this game so far. Between the Lightbender and the Shroud, though, it might be a little harder to this game. Stun this nasty force fielder. Kind of hard to deal with. So the B is probably going to take out the ice token, if I were to guess. Ooh. Wild Warbird. Fix the size of it so the bird isn't taking over the entire card. Looks good. Be here, and the B could potentially be covered. The buy a turn. So Pridebeak's gonna do that. Dream is still real. This Shiver's hitting multiple times. It could actually just keep hitting these gravity wells and generate up to 9 mana. Got this lovely bird to do a vertical blast with 1 mana. It's one way to chip away at these tokens. Thex currently at 2 tokens. Doesn't have the sauce to make the full trial immediately. Probably should take 2 steps up or left to threaten the bee. Could even send the Fox Ravager to deal with it. Okay, just getting off of the same column so the bird can't hit 2 things. Circulus, one of the best Vanguard cards. I throw this card into so many decks. It's good here in particular because of the token theme, but it's also pretty good with any spell-heavy deck just for card draw. Because these 2/1s could just be replaced. Definitely don't want to replace this token with this deck though, because it's much more valuable hitting the trial, which is happening next turn unless FaZe can do some serious clearing. Time is running out. Cannot decide if this illusion is worth dropping. Just gonna hold it. That way the bird or the bee can't just take it out. The bee is still on lockdown for a bit. Could it be Wanderer time? Nope, it is time to clear out as many tokens as possible because this trial is pretty nuts once it's done. And just like this, the trial is down to just the Fox Ravager. Thextera was 1 turn away from Godhood. Pretty hard to build back up when you have a huge setback. Night Watch can always chip in and can clown on the broken captive. So at this point, mana is not as relevant. The healing is, so the Pride Beat gets focused first. And then Kron and replace. Or Yggdraw and freeze. No, it's Kron. So Kron could do the trial all by himself. Just needs to chill a couple turns. And those minions are dying no matter what, so might as well get a 4/4 on the way out. Luminous Charge BBS is okay. It's not the play though, so out it goes. Wanderer, right? Wanderer pumps up the Force Fielder. Yeah. And completely stuck in the Wanderer zone. So far away from his own trial proccing. Plan B is usually freeze enemies to buy yourself some turns, but all the freeze is offline and not here. And Wintertide's a lot less impressive when they're just 2/2s with no text. And Luminous Charges need an attack power to be able to blow themselves up. And there's too many minions to do a good jail. should squash the bug, but is gonna get squashed by a Night Watcher. Thex has gotta keep focusing on building up this trial count. So it's probably gonna be, yep, there it is. Luminous Charge. That should buy some time. This Lightbender was already used up. Bird is slightly out of position to be able to help. Next turn it can clear a column though. Kron gets bashed for free. So Zephace will be happy to have that token generator off the table. Because we can see Thex is at 405. So close. None of these tokens can be easily taken down though, except for the illusion, which might be worth pinging with BTA. So Blood Tier, Icebreak Ambush, Kinetic. I was not expecting Illusionist. Ping. I guess Night Watcher's going in for the Dispirited Prisoner in the back. That works. Could potentially also cast a Bone Chill Barrier to completely surround Thextera, or to completely wall him out from his own minions. But with 8 mana and only needing 2 more tokens for the trial, that can surely be done. The trick though is to not die in the process, because 10 hit points is a nasty place to be. Yeah, the summon 3 merits and the column wasn't going to cut it. Maybe a whole bunch of 5/5s will be okay though. Cannot save his tokens though. So maybe the play is Yggdrasil and then Bear Transform? Transform a Luminous Charge. Because that gets him to 5. Oh, it's only at 4. Oh, there we go. So the Veracity breaks it to 5. Alright. And it has a turn to drop Oaken the Nemeton. And then the Thicket Augur spits out a 5/5 instead of a 1/1. Quite nice. Also going to be pretty happy with the Frostburn for later. The aspect of Ravager kind of does more favors than not for against Thex's deck, because this is going to be a 7/7 dog. Not bad. Best target for it is this 5/5, which is otherwise going to be a 9/9. This is Kara, it's not Fae, so the option to run away and just nuke isn't there. So it's forced to deal with this board. Can at least take care of the Ursa Plump without taking any return damage. We've got some funny squares just kind of hanging out in the middle of the map. Sometimes you'll see that. big bone chills, able to bop a bunch of minions. So Thex, despite having his trial complete, is just down to 7 hit points and 2 luminous charges. Oh, 0 luminous charges. Get him, bird. Oh, the bird did not use the ability. It's too bad. Guess didn't want to explode his own walls. But that gives the option for them to be gigantic with Oak. Hey, like that. So is this enough? Ooh, Firestarter goes real fast though. Firestarter might not be going fast enough. And Crossbones does not specialize against this board. Needs like a Shroud or something. Because if you can dispel one of these blazing spines, it just disappears. So 2 damage to the general with this Bone Chill barrier. Nah, I'm gonna use it to take out the Oak. Thextera does have the option to go into Vanar Island. You can just make some gravity wells around here and then it's almost impossible to cut through. And without any artillery, it should be fine. Really good spawns though. Wolfraven and Crystal Cloak are just right in Thex's face. Pretty strong. Of course, these 7/7s will just clean them up, and then the gravity wells will defend afterwards. Other option is this Frostburn hits and takes out a whole bunch of units. Yep, I'm doing the biggest clear that he can. While erecting a giant nasty set of provokes. Only 7 more hit points to go, but the last 7 hit points are going to be the hardest. It's just taking 12 from this, and that's going to be lethal in the next turn. Gravity Well could potentially buy a turn. And Firestarter does chip damage? Okay, Firestarter is going to be in the back to do some cooking. I would have wanted these rushes to go straight for the general. But maybe not dying in 2 turns is a bigger priority. It's tokens versus tokens out here. Welcome to Vanar Night. Even has leftover mana for the Snow Chaser. It might be more valuable as a replace than as a 2/1, but 2/1 with infiltrate that's actually a 4/3 is actually the play, so there it goes. Putting it near the bomb is the kind of choice though. I would have put it right in front of the general. But at least now it can't get hit by blazing spines as easily. Both of these guys running pretty low on cards in hand. You generally start one on replacing expensive cards for the, or cheap cards for expensive ones, or just find some high impact ones. Yggdra's got a extra card draw as well, so dropping that and flipping it. Yep. And there's the Bone Chill barrier, which is gonna be huge. The replace might be this Hailstone Prison. It might be just a little too tiny at this point in the game, but maybe this bit of tempo is all that's needed to tip the game over. And the walls are trading at the walls. Okay, Firestarter being the biggest mana investment gets sent back. Gigantic ice walls are here. And this lethal clock is just too fast. The spell sparks can at least take out a bunch of these gravity walls. But really needed something like a Bloodbound Mentor to get a little more BBS out of these fire starters. Firestarter probably still good enough that it's a play, because more of these gravity walls could be knocked out. With the Wanderer buff, all it takes is one BBS and suddenly they're hitting pretty well. This Veracity hitting for 9 though is kind of too much. So taking 2 steps to the right actually seems pretty good, because the spell sparks can clear the way. There's 4 provokes though. This Firestarter I think has to come down to cut through the provoke wall. And I would have said replace the Snow Chaser too, but I guess that's coming down top left. What? It's Jaxie. Or Mini Jax and Big Jax. Well, I guess True Sight is a way out of this. With the heal up to 24, the face is calculated he's not in fact taking lethal. Going to have at least 3 shots. Quite nice. Spellspark and Illusion at the bottom here should have taken out these gravity walls, but you only have so much time on your turn. Yeah, these walls should have been cleared. Spellspark and Illusion. Well, oh, that's Thextera getting game 1. I don't know what happened there. A Jaxie play was not the turn. We got one more game for the first half, and then we're gonna go on a break. But we'll see if the face versus Thex, if it goes 2-0 or if it gets tied up. Yeah, that that game was kind of a stolen win, but you know what they say, we take those. A timely distraction from the opponent sometimes is all it takes. Sometimes they call that the pizzas here. Game 2, pretty fiery start. Circulus turn 1, quite nice. And tokens for days to back it up. We have an offensive and a defensive start. This defensive Pride Beak, not as good as this Illusionist I would have expected, but it's Pride Beak. Also, check it out. Let me actually let you see the screen. Thank you, Ann Strider. I gotta watch out for those so you can actually see the game. Yeah, we got Circulus V Pride Beak. Pride Beak can actually take 2 steps down and just beat this, but there's the wall in the way. And the end summon. Malicious Wisp is pretty nice, because even if it gets removed by one of these transforms, you don't get the mana back. So Circulus and Drake Dowager are gonna fall back a bit. It's you don't want to wake up the Drake Dowager, even though it'll stop towards the minion trial count. It immediately starts adding to it again with the Drakes. Oh no, it's Drake Dowager time. Maybe this time it can be answered and defeated. The Crossbones actually is fantastic against it. This thing has been looking for a target all day. Ooh. So instead of using Shroud to dispel and destroy the wall, the Shroud was used on the Wisp. So the mana is now permanently in Face's mana bank. So he's probably just gonna confidently attack the Bone Chill Barrier when he gets a chance to. But maybe leaving this one barrier up might have been a mistake if that's the one that trips the trial. Maybe dispelling that would have been better, because now it's a Fox Ravager. And this extra mana is like somewhere between inconsequential and they couldn't get it anyway. So it's a Paragon to get 3 tokens. Wow, real nice. Excellent pony play. Thex has quite a few tools to regain the token count though. At 0, so gonna have to start working. Already down 9 hit points though, so might not have the time. One downside about replacing these illusions is if you start replacing too many of them, you start drawing a lot of them and they're kind of dead draws. Not for this deck though, because they turn into 1 mana 6/5s. So it's not an EMP turn. Otherwise it would have just been dropped. It is Wanderer. And a Rift Beast. For some nice card flow. Rift Beast might actually just bait out this Frostburn, because the blow up their card draw is quite nice. doesn't deal with the Wanderer. The Disciple of Yggdrasil could be traded into it, or maybe just use 2 minions to wall. 2 steps down with the General, 2 steps right with the Disciple. That might be safe. We are not doing a Frostburn play. This I did not anticipate. I guess Kron's not good because Replace is already used. Circulus into like a stun? Okay, Blazing Spines makes the turn a little better. Keeping the Frostburn in hand, but playing the blood cost. Less than half the health, but way more of the board. And this Rift Beast can't draw cards in this position because it's provoked. Thex is drawing so many cards, these illusions are getting burned. It's a great problem to have. The face is working for his extra cards with this Rift Beast. Should be able to get a couple taps out of it though, so might pull ahead that way. Never mind, he's turning off all text. And setting back this trial to 2. Nine. Thextera is gonna want to find a transformation for this EMP. Turn into a bear or something. Other option is get into its face, drop the Disciple, and then just stun it. And hope that your opponent doesn't draw any way to wake it up. A lot of backline stuff, so fading for a trial. So the BBS fadeaway is pretty nice to attack on the EMP because it's going to take 1 step forward now. It's going to take so many turns for this thing to crash. Of course, a Hearth Sister can just bring something out into its face, so Kron is probably getting crushed here. Other option is taking out one of these tokens, like Ferocity could be hit by Chromatic Cold as well, that might be nice. So Lady Lock into Hearth Sister. This is a pretty excellent way to cut into the tokens. There's a lot of tokens, though. Needs to be able to generate 3 more unique kinds of tokens, which is doable between the Circulus. Nah, not even. It would have to be Gravity Well plus Thicket Auger plus Yggdrasil over here transforming. So that actually is doable. 5 of 5 trial. lovely Sim City going on. This is the one turn where it's free to clear, and then they suddenly become ludicrously oversatted. Voice of the Wind is finally here. And it's gonna feel like a fair card in comparison to what's going on. Rift Beast being dispelled is kind of a tragedy, because it would be really valuable right about now. A Chromatic Cold could turn it back on. Or a Hailstone Prison, rather. As is, looks like it's just Voice of the Wind plus Wintertide plus Kinetic Surge. There's some stuff. And now Thex can go Abracadabra. My board is humongous. Might even look to full heal this Veracity in the process. And yeah, the patch that prevents ability usage on Provoke is definitely a thing. So if this Rift Beast, it earlier was actually in Gravity Wells and it couldn't draw cards. So it had to get out of that. Can't draw cards now for a different reason. So we have an Ice Fortress and this ridiculously powerful army. Still more than double the health bar though in the face, but we can see how fast that'll flip. Biggest problem, well, that'd be the hand quality. One excellent card in hand, but having one card in hand versus 5 and with generators, it seems almost unwinnable despite the advantage walking into it. An EMP could be dropped where this Veracity is standing right now to take out 3 walls. But the problem is the follow-ups are just, the hits keep coming and they don't stop coming. Lightbender is a good start at least. Yeah, it allows some pushing in. And then maybe the Yoke and the Nematon gets a hit from the bottom side or something. And you definitely can't leave this thing partially damaged because it's gonna try to full heal. This doesn't look good. There's no spot for the Lightbender to hit 3 walls, so the Lightbender is going to have to be a turn for another play, which means no plays this turn. Everything to take up is 199. Veracity down. It only cost everything. Ugh, a Wisp is a miserable hand filler. Welcome back to jail. Well, this looks like the game ender right here. Lightbender is a good way to get out of it, though. It's not a good way to clear all the giant tokens. Oh no! Embla's here, but the opponent's already surrounded by walls. So it can't do anything. This thing isn't going to repurpose the walls around it to work for you. pretty good Lightbender. But again, we got 12 damage just from these two. That's a beating. Broken captive. Oh no! It spawned in a spot where it can't hit. That's funny. But we got backup bear strats. Thextera. Scoring another 2-0. I think Thex is the highest scoring of the group and is advancing for sure. I'm gonna have to do a recount on the others to see who of this group A is gonna be going on. Because we've got a number of yeah, I'll just count it up. I mistallied last season, so I'm gonna take my time this season with it. And that's left side for us. Next up, we got the right half. So we got a lot of. This is where all the purple and yellows hanging out. No song high in this tournament though. Better luck next tournament. Yeah. We're gonna see some of me, some of our previous season's tournament champion. And it's basically good versus evil. We'll see how that all goes. I'm pretty happy with the amount of reliquarians that are in this half. In fact, kopiuyt, he sourced out his decks, so I gave him the Mave Relic Replace, and I think Caxi deck came from Goddardamong or someone else. Cool stuff there. Before we get into any of these though, let's have a break. Alright, I'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. Let's go for 2 songs worth of a break. Alright, we will be right back. Let's kick off the next half. Alrighty. Let's have a look at the overview one more time. We got Brome Control versus Liliana, or rather, and Liliana Reliquarian Walls versus Kopiuyt, Maeve Relic Replace, and Cassie Infest. We'll be starting with that one first. Kopiuyt versus Fuzzymoth. Apparently this match was really intense. Taking a look at all these lists, we can see Kopiuyt with his cool pair of trophies. Yep, bunch of purple. Fuzzymoth with the Brome deck has a lot of options for removing stuff and keeping alive. Going to hopefully do the succession of Linar Generals with Grandmaster Zira in the mix. 2 Keepers with a Veil to bring it back. And Keeper of the Veil is also bringing back Ironcliff Guardian or Peacekeeper. So gigantic hits for that minion. The Liliana deck is more focused on keeping stuff in place with Blinding Snowstorm. It's got a bunch of jammers as well, or the Ice Blade binders to keep things in place. So there's potential for total lockdown there. Kopiuyt's decks, the Maeve one is the one that I gave him. It features 3x Reliquarian. So it wants to eat either a gigantic Astral Crusader or something cheated out with the Arcane Devourer. Yeah. Generally the Reliquarian itself is cheated out and the Arcane Devourer gets eaten. So you get an 8 power artifact that has a life swing on it. Pretty nice. Some other backup strats with these 1x's. We've also got this Cassie deck. I haven't seen anything like it. 3 Spriggans, 3 Infests. It does a really funny thing where it gives you a bunch of minions and then it punishes you for having minions. Or maybe that's just kind of something that can happen if they're fighting something that doesn't have minions already. But pretty interesting anti-minion style. Kopiuyt specifically asked for spicy decks, so we gave him some funny stuff. Let's go into the first game of Group B. Fuzzymoth versus Kopiuyt. I think I've landed on a pronunciation, but I need to pronounce that Y somewhere, I feel. Here it is. Game 1. Astral Crusader in the opening hand, quite nice. Just replace it and find a 4 cost 10 set, or what would it be, a 10-9? It only gets +2/+2 per round. Oh, that's been shifted back. Now, we don't have any Decimuses in the tournament this season, but maybe next time. We've got a Decimate, but that's a little different. Turn 1 Rift Beast is kind of the dream, because you'll just always have a maxed out hand. Arcane Devourer is 1 piece of the combo. The idea is you cheat out that minion, and then you can cheat out another minion. They can even cheat out each other. Might not actually want to get one casting the other though, because then a single Holy Emulation takes them all out. Yeah, pretty typical Brome opener of 2 steps forward and pass. All the powers in the late game. Might even look to do some revivals to really keep his few minions online. So this style of deck is elementally weak to the Spelljammer because now you have pressure to do 2 plays a turn. Rift Beast seems like an easy kill, so True Strike is... it has extra text on it now. Look at this. You can reduce an enemy's attack by 1 for a turn. So by casting that first, it's a clean kill. Wow, True Strike buff. And a Dispel. I did mention that the 2-draw countered his style, but I guess Fuzzymoth agrees and hits it with the silence. Kopiuyt's deck here also doubles as a replace deck, so it's happy to have Chrono and cheating out a Jaxi. Just to get extra stuff, to stop that diagonal in. And the mini Jaxi could potentially be pretty annoying. Spectral Revenant's another funny one to cheat out for 1 mana. But it's mostly just here as like a backup strat. And Ritual Banishing will make short work of this. Iron Cliff Guardian. Just need to replace to find some fodder. That's some good fodder. There it goes. Oh, Jaxi, of course, is the fodder. Activate the ranged minion. Bad spawn on it though, it can just be cleaned up next turn. Here it is, Spectral Blade to the face. You get a little bit of healing if this thing cleans up minions, but it's also kind of like 1 card deals 6 damage. And since Brome is so powerful late game, putting on this kind of pressure early game makes a ton of sense. Brome is hella resilient though, and is gonna try to fight through all of it. Their usual strategy is they just stand their ground and crunch through every card in your deck. Okay, opting to kill the rush minion and sit on the regen instead of going for the one ranged. Or rather, taking another hit off this Spectral Blade. Kopiuyt is glad to oblige, just trading hits. Desolator, BBS. Here's the replace choice. Revenant takes 2 turns to get online. Kopiuyt's actually opting to not do any replaces, which is probably fine because you don't really need this Abyssian artifact. Iron Cliff Guardian usually is a steel wall, but Lure kind of cheeses it. See. The power is still coming in. Aggression does not stop here. In 2 turns from now, Kopiuyt's got a pretty sick turn of Arcane Devour plus 1 mana Spectral Revenant. We might actually see that. Next turn though, it could just be Spectral Revenant coming in to haste for 6. Grandmaster Zir in the back might be in order. Okay, maybe not. Fuzzymoth feeling that he's got more life still in his first general. Gonna do a pretty strong Veil Ascension. One of these got killed by the sacrifice earlier. That's awkward, replacing and finding a replace liker. Arcane Devour plus Spectral Revenant is online. I wanna do that. Big hits. Kind of fly through your whole hand, but it seems worth it. Yeah, maybe not. Just the Revenant by itself. Because if the Reliquarian gets drawn, that could be a win condition. So the White Widow is probably just getting replaced. Oh, check it out. Astral Crusader for 1 mana. What a steal of a deal. Kopiuyt's actually got a lethal in hand that cannot be avoided, so the Zir has to come out now. Well, and Kopiuyt just crunches himself to the nearby Revenant. The Desolator was going to do it anyway. This is a tough situation for Kopiuyt. Going for some replace action. Replacing nothing? You gotta replace something with the White Widow. See our good power. Oh, holding on to it. That's how you win with the deck with the combo. So if Starlight just gets replaced into Reliquarian, then that's it, pretty much. And this Crusader can one-shot these Guardians, that's pretty excellent. Ooh, Peacekeepers here? Damn. Minion quality is through the roof from Fuzzymoth's deck. And just also good. The Force Field makes it pretty hard to deal with. The White Widow might need to land a lucky blow and get through it. Or it might absorb White Widow hits unluckily, who knows. Peacekeeper has like the perfect set of keywords. It is slightly too expensive to just drop a Holy Immolation anywhere. But it's got Frenzy, so it might as well. Well, this is kind of a tricky situation. Facing down certain death from multiple angles, mostly from this Peacekeeper. Oh, and gets a mana reduction spell? That's not it. Dang, well that's Kopiuyt toast. I have to say I was rooting for him since he picked my deck, but 12 damage from the Peacekeeper is kind of a lot. Fortunately, the White Widow actually did hit it with the replace, so it knocked its shield off. So we could just cut down. Oh, and the heal up from the Desolator is necessary to not die to Holy Immo. Kopiuyt purchased another turn. Oh no! And unpurchased and then repurchased it with the Desolator. Desolator is pretty nice to just keep casting over and over again once you've got it. Oh no! Congratulations, Fuzzymoth, for your excellent replace, skillfully drawing Tempest immediately when it was needed. That combined with Holy Immo is a big W. Grandmaster Zir coming down, perfect time. Just really good play. Even the free Astral Crusader couldn't chop the way to the wind. Oh! Congratulations, Fuzzymoth! Taking a win of Kopiuyt with his 2 shiny trophies, as we can see. Chrome not to be underestimated. Minion quality got there, and Peacekeeper, even with its marked for death by White Widow, it's still taken down. Real nice. Going into game number 2 to see if Fuzzymoth just gets the 2-0, or if it's a tie-up. Pretty reasonable opener. Celebrant, extra mana somewhere. Fuzzymoth's opener is going to be like a Rift Beast somewhere, or using Blazing Spines to steal this 1 mana. Ooh. Blazing Spines to secure the whole middle. That seems good. Widow. A lot of walls to chop through. Had the 1 in 3 chance of hitting the bottom spines to clear it immediately, but hitting the middle one's fine too. There's some consideration for immediately Darkfire sacrificing, but I don't think that paid off last game, and surely isn't the play this game. Unless Rift Beast? Nah. One thing about all these walls is they make great targets for the Reliquarian. There's going to be a lot of Blazing Spines. This White Asp can generate more. I would have gone Ice Blade Binder on the mana tile. I think Fuzzymoth actually was thinking that too, but dropped the 1 mana beforehand, and now has to do something really awkward here, like Hydrogarm to block the mana, and then hope that White Widow doesn't choose Hydrogarm for death. Inquisitor Kron. Maybe replacing Jaxi. Awkward minion, so it makes for a fine sacrifice. Rift Beast is a nice level up. Blinding Snowstorm will do 2 damage overall, so it's not quite enough to just take out Rift Beast. White Asp is a hell of a way to deal with Kron though, because it gives you perfect damage. And this Snow Chaser is just coming out at every turn. Lure seems a little tiny. Maybe a card draw off the Rift Beast will make the turn a little nicer. Here's Desolator. Ooh, big hit on White Widow. So Desolator plus an attack could get rid of this artifact. There's some consideration to keep the Widow alive, because it's currently getting stared down by the Snow Chaser. So maybe a diagonal step backwards, hitting the Snow Chaser. Maybe putting the Desolator, yeah, right here. That seems to be a fine position for kopiuyt. Fuzzymoth, it's got a couple spells in hand. It's got the Blinding Snowstorm left. And turning Desolator into a 3/3 is pretty nice. Gets rid of the infinite recursion. Although it is quite a stat bump. Not a free trade. Snowstorm. So if you're standing next to this blob of snow, you only have one movement and you're going to be taking another point of damage. A persistent effect that happens twice. Pretty neat. Here's kopiuyt with multiple copies of the other half of the combo in his hand. But having two replaces per turn, Fuzzymoth's board's gonna get chopped up by this Widow. Yeah, real nice. Fuzzymoth's Lightbender could turn off a single range or turn off the wave window, but the stats of stuff is becoming an issue. Spelljammer in the back to take out the back line. Ooh, and a Hearth Sister plus this Blazing Squines will take care of one of those. But check it out, White Widow the second. Here's the Blender. And a very nice minion to replace Intuition. So instead of dropping the old Astral Crusader, just dropping a Rift Beast now, because this Crusader could be eaten, converted into a gigantic weapon, and hit for a ton. And having multiple Crusaders, okay, well, kopiuyt can now afford to deploy them and consume them. It has draws for days. Lightbender shuts off the Blender Funhouse. So here's an 11 power minion. Let's forge it into an 11 power artifact and hit for 13. kopiuyt ties up the series versus Fuzzymoth. Very nice. Congrats to kopiuyt and Fuzzymoth for both getting a win there. Fuzzymoth definitely the underdog in that matchup, but game one went his way pretty decidingly. This is the wrong group. Check this out, we're in this group. Fuzzymoth versus Trozz! Yeah, we got Lilith Arcanist Wanderer. It's kind of like just normal Wanderer, except it's going pretty hard into the Arcanist tag. The big inspiration for this was for Ralu, who recently got buffed. You can target one of your own minions to give yourself 2 copies of it. So you can give yourself, say, a playset of Lightbenders or something, depending on what you're dealing with. Should be fun. My other Mave deck, it doesn't really have a name beyond 2s, because as you can see, the 2 of. The only thing I have 3 of is the Chakram, because it generally works best with everything. I've got the full suite of Sentinels, so they'll never know what minion I'm deploying. Let's see how Fuzzymoth deals with purple. Part 2. Alright, here it is I. Finally make an appearance with my Akaluan Fugitive, which you'd usually see in a Wizard Braum for infinite re-summons and such, but we got it here. Relentless Shadow is kind of like a one-drop minion that keeps coming back. It's... I actually would rather have the empty slot, so the extra text of it coming back is kind of a downside. Fuzzymoth has a pretty dead for turn 1. Just gonna do 2 steps forward, but that's no problem. Gonna be able to use Fortified Assault to snipe my one Zergling. Well, it's time to burn a card. See ya, Healing Sage. Fortified Assault is great to throw down because each one you throw down does more damage than the next, and having a circle down is real nice because now there's potential for minion creation via this spell. It's a little early for that though. Myself, I can make a ton of Wraithlings. I can take both the manas with the Swarm, or I can try to reserve the mana to take it in the following turn, which usually Wanderer wants to do. So I'll jail him. Ha ha ha, full surround, no escape. Of course, Tempest absolutely wrecks my deck. What up, Peacekeeper? Tempest! Ooh, one neat thing, you can click on a card on the side here to dismiss it. Check out that tech. Shoutouts to Bipost, who has joined the development team. Always good stuff there. There goes my army. And I see him lining up to this healing circle, so he's gonna set up for just infinite regen. Faralu is way too early. This figure 8 is technically an Arcanist. It's probably my weirdest include. It has an excellent attack animation though, where it like transforms into some kind of robot girl. So we gotta potentially see that. And this is the best I can do to threaten this mana and cover this one. Because next turn I want to wander. Between Relentless Shadow and Darkfire Sacrifice, I can get there, even if this mana gets eaten. It could potentially get hit by a Sunbloom, but that's going real hard into trying to stop the Wanderer. Giving me both mana seems like a mistake, though. Check out all that. Oh, brief sliding on the attack anim. See ya, Mobius. Oh, hand texture on Fuzzymoth's side is so miserable. 3 sets of Veil Ascension? Gross. This would be a little better if there was a minion that was dead, but it actually doesn't function unless you have a dead minion. So sometimes you have to destroy it. I'm gonna Darkfire Sacrifice anyway, just because they can also BBS. Faralu, regrettably for me, does not give me +1/+1 on my Wraithlings. They don't count as a tribe. It'd be kind of busted if it did work on them. Because this deck already seems pretty nice with how many things it'll hit. Because I got this +1 buff, plus the Wanderer +1 buff. All I need now are Arcanists. I don't have any on the field. Blue Conjurer just gives me infinite Arcanists. When you're playing blue Arcane or blue Conjurer in a Wanderer deck, you have to be sure to not cast this thing first and then replace duplicates back into your deck. Otherwise, Wanderer will refuse to be played until every duplicate is removed. A blue Conjurer finds a blue Conjurer. Excellent. I'll just wish for more wishes. And since my BBS had just come off cooldown, I can cast that again. Which spits out 4 power and toughness worth of units. Pretty nice. And I know I can't just wait around, so everything's going in. Except this one Wraithling that's just here to stop him from walking upwards. Could drop a Peacekeeper, could Sunstrike. Sunstrike seems pretty nice against this line. Sunbloom turns off Conjure. And an Iron Cliff Guardian. So if it dies, you can start using his revives. Best option I've got is a Void Steel to make it do 0 attack and pump up my whole team. So let's put something on that side and then Void Steel. Yeah, I feel like the Sunstrike would have been better there to destroy my own Wanderer. But maybe Fuzzymoth just felt pressure to get any minion destroyed. I think Peacekeeper might have been better to drop there. Because getting multiple copies of this is pretty lit. Okay, Fuzzymoth, the 1 hit point. Brom is the best hero at a comeback, but it's gonna take something that I don't think he's got in this action bar right now. We've got some healing. We got the Veil Ascension for a provoke that is way out of position. Gonna make it anyway. Why do I have Arcane Devour? What? This thing is not an Arcanist. The only one running this card. Oh, I am running this card? Wait a minute. Never mind, this is just in my list. Maybe I had Maeve on the mind. Or maybe I thought it was an Arcanist. Well, I can cheat out my Feralu. Or this art Fugitive, Infinite Spells. Yeah, just Feralu to get huge. Suddenly this Aurara's Prophet is a 6/5. Not bad for a 2-drop. And Trinity Oath puts him out of range of being able to cast anything. Oh, there's a provoke. The last suit would be the perfect. Instead I've got stuff. I got a copy of this Iron Cliff Guardian. So I finally have a target for Grasp of Agony as a reset. And all I need to do is clear a little bit away. I could have actually had lethal there, I think. We'll just have lethal this turn. Well, didn't get any use of the Feralu ability for extra copies, but the +1/+1 was alright. Ooh. And yeah. Brom's got some big removal. Yeah, this is one to play around when your opponent has approached 7 mana. Suddenly all my stuff is dead, and now he's on a route to comeback. I don't like where this is going. Magesworn shuts off my own team. Here's a kissy face. I like to do faction appropriate faces. Here's Lilith doing Lilith. Dot dot dot. 3 hit points. If only I spaced out these units slightly more, you know. Well, Fugitive can get me extra copies of BBS that can be replaced, so that's kind of like card draw. Sunseer actually does not scale up its healing with its attack, it only ever restores the 2 health. Well, I can build up a big board and send it his way. I'm just gonna have to hope that he doesn't have a Tempest. Tempest brings him to 1 hit point though, so this is not a free spell. Peacekeeper! This Brome board is becoming unassailable. I'm gonna have to run away now. Oh, check out this top deck. Betrayal! Betrayal. Because this Peacekeeper was right next to Brome, he'll take a slash at him. Ooh, Fuzzymoth! Didn't have the deck lists open. I had a funny surprise waiting for him. Yeah, generally you want to have a text list open so you could be like, hey, what does my opponent have second from the bottom of this nasty list? Yeah. Let me just steal the game real quick. Okay, that was almost the comeback from the brink. But I drew the spell that read Abracadabra, I win, so I'm into that. Game number 2, Fuzzymoth versus yours truly. Going into it. Yeah, and I like to play generally both the decks I've got during groups. Just show them off and have some fun. I've got a gigantic cat in my opener. We'll be facing down the Hydrogarm lockdown. If you can get Iceblade Binder and a Blizzard on top of each other, you can actually just stop enemies from moving entirely. They're just stuck in the snow. And that works even on generals. Check out all these. Fuzzymoth wants to reserve the mana for himself. And I don't have any way of collecting this mana. I could take out this wall with a Blood Siren and then punch out this wall, but then I'm out of juice. We got a Skull Prophet, one of the 3 Sentinels. Weakens attack. It's probably the weakest of the Sentinels. Here's a 3 mana answer or die. At least that's what Morgan said one day. It seems like a pretty good assessment. Blinding Snowstorm almost takes care of it. 1 Snowstorm and 1 hit from Hydrogarm would be it. Hydrogarm could even be dropped this turn. That way, if it's in the center file, it can follow this Avenger and lock it down no matter what. Instead opting for more walls. Really keeping me out of the mana zone. This does give me the option to pump up Swarm Avenger though, because I can just attack this wall to up it. Which doesn't really change much. Grasp of Agony is nice here though. This is like the perfect anti-wall card. There's a couple lines of play here. Like I could use this now or I could save it for later. Like I don't know that the Bone Chill is also here, but that would also help. Blood Siren for the -2, -1. Lets me take out a Blazing Spine and pump up Sworn Avenger. I'm just gonna eat this mana. I could potentially use the mana. Yeah, it's too late. Shoot the general directly. I don't care about these tokens. So Fuzzymoth has the option of Wall Hell. I could just be completely drowned in walls. Oh, this step may have been a misstep. May have wanted to step onto the mana. It's never a good sign when your opponent instantly drops the oops. That's a good sign for them at least. here's just a ton of walls. I was kind of thinking that maybe I made a mistake by not casting the Grasp of Agony there. But seeing this play, I'm so much happier having the Grasp. So now I can hit a ton of stuff. I choose you, Sworn Avenger. Go Gadget, 2 damage arrow. That'll be a real nice clear. I should probably summon something next to this as Jolter Horn Shaman. I cannot catch this Rift Beast. It's just gonna run away. So I feel like I have to just rush the game with my opponent on 2 draw. So 3 damage actually on the Rift Beast. It shuts off 2 draw. Yeah, so holding on to this Grasp of Agony, its stocks just keep going up. Especially if this Hydra Guard can be taken out by it. Weapon. Surprise, I had the Sentinel. Four damage is still plenty. This -1 attack doesn't really change much. But once the artifact falls off, going from 2 to 1 attack is pretty big gains for me. It may now finally be the time to cast Grasp of Agony. And hit like a Bone Chill barrier? It's not hitting that many things, but it's probably good enough. Very nice. My opponent is half the stats of mine. And here's maybe the best Sentinel. This one will give you a copy of a minion that's played with a discount. The Azure Horn Shaman gave me a pretty nice bump here. Lightbender is probably going to be... Oh, it's Hydra Guard. Which I've now got a copy of. Thanks for the stun technology. So I can put it in the same row as this one and have a stun off. I do like Skull Prophet's attack animation. You don't see it much because this is such a rare card. Well, that does it for my minions. Chakra and Go is usually how I like to end the games, but I need a minion for that, so... This Gravity Well is preventing me from hitting the Hydra Guard. The Demonic Lure fixes a lot of issues, but it's probably too tiny, so it gets replaced. Blood Siren lets me get in. Love to destroy this Hydra Garm so my units can all wake up. I actually have enough mana for Rift Beast plus Blood Siren, plus Hydra Garm, plus Malice. Might as well cast everything. And a Hydrogram up here is going to destroy all the tokens that are up here and really push the aggression. Fuzzymoth does have a Reliquarian. The Reliquarian for Vanar produces a number of 3/3 token wolves. There aren't any good targets to eat other than this Heart Sister, though. So it could be consume Heart Sister, make 3 wolves. Other option is Blinding Snowstorm, which is not as good because the Ice Blade Binder can't also get into position to really lock stuff down. I do like this combo though. I've always thought of this combo, hadn't seen it. And the Reliquarian in it is like a level of spice that I was not expecting. So in theory this will give them the perfect wall, but they kind of spawned adjacent like this, so the diagonal is wide open. This thing procs only when the general attacks, so you want to smash it off your opponent first chance you get, usually. Because otherwise, something else is getting swapped in, and then another set of dogs comes out. And here's the third Sentinel. Whenever spells cast, get a 4/4 Fiend, which costs like 1 or 2 mana to deploy. It's quite nice. But it's Chakram time. Get in there, Rift Beast. And here's a gigantic Alchemist to finish off the artifact. And the other consideration is maybe destroying this Bone Chill barrier to stop the summoning influence from around here. Not too concerned about that. Oh, what a killer Snowstorm. Deletes my board and slows my general down. And then has the refill option, which is probably better than the binder. Binder hits a little harder. Unfortunately for Fuzzymoth, he's drawing all stuff and no spells, so my Sentinel couldn't even do anything. In fact, I have 2 of them now. This Rift Beast is definitely running around, or running away with the game. I feel like a Cryo should have been used to swap this thing in earlier, but maybe there wasn't any chance. Time for Zeroloth. And Sworn Avenger in the back. Sworn Avenger actually is just going to take it in 2 turns. The Chakram needs to fall off. Going for a Ice Cage, but is now discovering what I've got. 2 mana, 4/4. Ice Blade Binder on the left side? I guess this is to threaten the Sworn Avenger and the Rift Beast. But the Sentinel can need it. Oh, I disagree with this play. A Crystallize was cast on the Sworn Avenger for no reason, but thank you for the extra Fiend because the Sentinel still functions. Snowstorm does 2 pips of damage to an artifact, so it's a pretty good counter with that. Another timely Grasp of Agony, though. I'm just gonna clear out all this stuff with Frenzy. I actually wasn't paying attention there. I got Chakram during that turn. I could have Chakrammed, and then Sworn Avenger would have had 5 attack. I could have just attacked. Whoops. Well, if I lose, we know why. That does mean I have it in the bag next turn. So the Blinding Snowstorm is still too late. And Stunning a Fiend does some funny stuff, because now I got 2 more Fiends. Oh, and then I'm overflowing with Fiends. Fuzzymoth just playing around with me not having a second copy of Chakram, which is pretty reasonable. But this is why I have 3 copies of this card in this deck. Hi-yo! Fuzzymoth versus Trozz goes my way 2-0. Got him! Hell yeah. Well, we got one more Fuzzymoth series coming up. Fuzzymoth versus Venator IV. Or Venator the 4th. Yes, indubitably. These are the last 2 lists that we haven't seen yet. We have a Braum Wanderer. As Braum does, it's really strong late game, but it's got the little added bonus of your BBS spits out 2-3 provokes, among some other stuff. And we got the Zeron Heal Style. We actually have not had a healing deck make it far in the tournament before. It'd be neat to see a Zeron up there. Might be one of the least represented generals, but we've seen a bit of the others for Linar, so we'll see if yellow and blue can defeat yellow and yellow. Going into Fuzzymoth versus Venator 4 right now. And Fuzzy's going first. Where are the Rift Beasts? Oh, I saw that. There was a call to arms there. You can't hide that from me. Venator has a funny boss mode spell that once cast, everything summoned near him gets, I believe, an extra +3/+3. So you add that with the 1 from your trial and it gets pretty nuts. The perfect opener. Rift Beast turn 1 is like the best. Well, we've got a fine opener, fine options here. Windblade on the mana is pretty good, and then a cat anywhere, maybe just above your general. Cat in the middle? Ooh, Maw in the middle. Maw's hungry. I usually don't advise putting just damage on something you can't finish, but putting damage on a Rift Beast has got to be worth it, because any blood tier that shows up can finish it up. Ooh, Blazing Spines to protect the beast. The cat might have been better though, because it could have grabbed the mana and jumped to 5, but going to 5 mana actually doesn't matter as much for this deck that wants 6. And there's no way that mana is hanging out for 2 more turns, so. What to do with this minion? Just clear a wall. Ooh, and then finish the beast? Alright, that's good stuff. See a card draw machine. Rustcrawler seems like it has a ton of hits in this tournament, so that's probably a good include. This White Asp, for instance. Silver Guard to taunt the Blazing Spines. Good way to not take 3. Fuzzymoth has a powerful card option that you just replace into here. Lightbender turns this into a 1/5. And between the spines and the general, could just take it out. Other option is punching it with a white asp. Fuzzy's going to be in for a rude surprise though if he does that line of play. Oh, it's time for rudeness. Rust Crawler! Now's your time to shine. Oh! You even have leftovers for a BBS, and I would have put the BBS minion there, but Cat wants to be there. Well, here's one without keywords. Wanted to see Muko's cool edit on the sprite that removes the ribbon from the pole arm and removes the helmet. Yeah, one step up with the line would have made it able to get into range of this mana crystal, but also would have put it into range of other stuff. So there's ups and downs to it. Fuzzy don't care. He's just going straight in, direct damage on Brome. As your right line stunned as well. One way to protect the cat is to drop the Wanderer. Gives it an extra hit point. And clearing the Hydrogram is pretty great because once you've got a celerity unit that has at least 3 toughness, it essentially can hit a general twice. So if you can feed it some buffs, it's basically double damage. Fuzzymoth with a full grip and pretty nasty surround. Lightbender does not dispel this Destiny buff. Maybe the play is swapping the cat into the crystal. Yeah, there you go. So Fuzzymoth able to get rid of the big threat. Could just drop a Spelljammer somewhere safe away from this Wanderer. I'm still just going for the general. And here's the time walk. Here to eat an entire turn for 2 mana. I'm not seeing a lot of burst damage though for getting in. Ravager could turn one of these walls into a 3/3, but Brome's already absconded, so that plan is fading pretty fast. And options for huge minions to refill. This is going Venator's direction pretty quickly. Fuzzymoth could potentially drop a Lightbender to hit Dio. But it doesn't have a good clear. So just transform it. It seems a lot better. Going to be running into hand size issues, I feel. Maybe it's time to fade away in Spelljammer. Beware of Venator's deadly tech. This Decimate can just crunch minions if people aren't paying attention to the positioning or get pulled apart. Jammin'. Spelljammer is kind of a necessary card for a lot of decks just to keep them going. guess it's time for the Trinity to refill. Although, wouldn't you want to do that before taking actions? Oh, I guess it didn't matter. Gatekeeper! Check out this thing! 3 mana, 4/7. I mean, 5/8. You don't want to dispel this. Dispelling it only makes it more powerful. There's almost no escape. This Gatekeeper actually could be swapped over and then take a step to the left and then it's stuck. But then what? Like, Snowstorm? A Bomb Wall? It's both by a turn. Maybe Snowstorm, because there's a ton of things it'll hit. Yeah, so swap. Wait, what? I would have expected the Gatekeeper to be put there, but we're taking a step to the right. Okay. Doesn't that mean you die immediately? Pretty much. Oh, and you're stunning a unit that can't even move? I guess you can hang out here. Well, this means it's time for Luminous Charge to fill these 2 slots. Even then, that's still game over, because this gets cleared, this takes a diagonal step, and then this goes in for lethal. So I think Fuzzymoth just croaked. Blinding Snowstorm actually does good. Yeah! Okay. Still in it. It would take a broken captive to cheese out a win now. Or at least in 1 turn. Oh. There's 4. Ooh, take 2 steps down. Oh no! There was lethal there. Hold up, marching orders would have done it. Why didn't we just give our unit +2/+2? Well, winning the game in 1 turn and winning the game in 2 turns are pretty similar, so it's no big. Fuzzymoth is depleted on tricks that gets him out of this. But is able to actually full clear and stun this Gatekeeper? Or even just take a step away from it? Okay. Still living. Is in a dangerous spot though, so it's time for some Luminous Charges. Other option is using Crystallize. Nope, it's time for some bombs. Here's the Dispel on the Gatekeeper. Ooh, comes charging in. Gets Venator a win versus Fuzzymoth. And that was just game 1 between the 2. Fuzzymoth could potentially switch up decks. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing some more Brom. Maybe not. Game number 2 of series number 9. Going into it. Fuzzy versus Venator, the rematch. Here it is. Siran. Yeah, when Gatekeepers start moving laterally, the game's ending pretty quickly. It's pretty nice that you get offensive and defensive uses out of Lightbringer Bender. Brom with the good old 2 steps forward pass. Silver Guard Knight on top of the Mana Spring. Classic opener. Kind of invites your opponent in. But with a minion light style, it can't punish this, so all these manas are going Venator's way at this rate. So here comes a ping. Last time Fuzzymoth got a circle down with the revive spell against me, he wasn't able to be near it to do any revivals that mattered. So might want to try to play nearby. Ooh, Spelljammer. The counters and the counter play is just coming in pretty hot. Fuzzymoth, you're gonna have to deal with some of this. Dispel is okay, it takes out the mana. It's the only play. And there's pressure to do 2 plays, so I guess healing yourself for 1 is the other bit. Not even. So, Sunbloom burned, that's fine. Holy Emerald, grab the mana. Venator's got multiple options here. Probably just gonna BBS heal minion? Nope. Loosen Beam the face for 4. This is one hell of a burn spell if you turn it on. One of the few spells that can hit a general. Okay, so Fuzzymoth can finally start deploying creatures. It only took him more than half his health. I feel like Venator would have wanted to attack to damage himself to get more heal procs. Yeah, this wasn't an ideal Zero on turn. And then we're just scratching this Iron Cliff a bunch, but it's still alive and doing work. That's... I don't like where this is going. Fuzzymoth has the option to heal potion it. That's tempting, but probably wrong. Yeah, you don't actually... Healing has a cost here. So if Sun Drip elixirs start getting quaffed, then... Okay. Won the roll. No problems. All according to plan. Fuzzymoth just gonna push in with the big boys. But when there's this many procs for heal, this gold vitriol could seriously get some work. Ooh, and the circle is now the correct color. Play here is probably Healing Sage plus Azure Herald for as many heals as possible, or even an Afterglow for double the heal costs. And damage is getting distributed pretty evenly. Has the option to pass on the circle with the Vitriol, full health, huge minions. I don't even think Claim could get him out of this, because these are just tiny minions that aren't supposed to be claimed. And the healing is all backfiring, but Tempest can at least turn healing online again. Opting to kill the Healing Sage instead of using the Tempest. Seems like a pretty good choice, because Healing Sage would have brought back Scintilla if it got destroyed. Ooh, more burn. Sunriser's a little off time. but it's still gonna get a hit. So it clears rid of that BBS minion for free. It might be time to claim. Okay, it's definitely time to claim. Oh! And then taking a step onto the healing circle is a choice. Getting the regen is probably worth it. So Sunrise Cleric to turn off. Okay, just flip the regen here. Blocking as many circles as possible. Is it time for turn over turn claim? Other option is, yeah, Ascension plus another Guardian. Maybe the Guardian comeback is real. Oh, holy ammo, never mind. Over the quality of this burst. One more point, or 2 more points rather, for the win. Oh, there it is. Nice replace. Finds a Warlock. Venator with a quick 2-0. Congratulations. Might be the other one out of this group at this rate. We've got the back half of the group to check out. We got me versus kopiuyt. Hold up, we got the 2 high seeds slugging out. This is going to be a good match for sure. If you're into purple, that is, because it's going to be guaranteed Abyss Dittos. The only mix-up is kopiuyt's running with Cassie, I'm running with Lilith, and our Mave decks, although they're both my Mave deck, they're pretty different. Yeah, it was pretty weird that that last Zaran game, the Sunrisers, which is like the key unit for the archetype, was so late. But let's check out purple versus purple, kopiuyt versus Trozz. Last time I played this guy, it was in the finals of number 6. And we're gonna immediately clash with our Maves. So, I got my cool deck that has no more than 2 copies of anything, except for Chakram, which I've got 3. kopiuyt with his pair of trophies. Got some gauntlet winners too. Fortunately for me, kopiuyt had a dead turn 1. I'm into that. And seems to have a dead turn 2 as well. So, I seem to have quite the grace, because I have a solid opener between Phantasm and the Goat. Last time we saw these widows come out, and it was, they absolutely just shredded everything in a second. This turn, oh, there you go. Congratulations on, well, it's a late Rift Beast, but it's better than having no plays and then having to discard burn. So gonna position himself to take the mana while protecting the Rift Beast. A +1 attack was handed off to my Tormentor. Ideally, I want plus attacks handed off to this Giganticat because it'll just close the game for now. Too late, or it's too early for the big cat though, so swapped it. And I can cast either the Tormentor or the Archer. Actually, I could cast them both if I take both mana. It seems better to get the Rift Beast out, otherwise I'm not going to be able to match kopiuyt. Rift Beast, Sworn Avenger. This is an excellent array of troops. kopiuyt can finally start making plays. Can't make plays enough to get value out of Rift Beast though. but it can get shredding with this. Oh, and it finds a great target. Being able to take out the shaman before it connects with the rest of my units is not so great for me. The goat powering up my army got me the win last time. I can do 3 damage to it with the Gnasher. I can do 1 or 2 damage to it with the Avenger. I could shoot it with the Avenger, drop a Gnasher, BBS the Gnasher immediately. That would take care of Widow and Rift Beasts. Which is probably what I would go for. Other option is Tormentor, which is whatever. Chakram is okay, but would fall off to the Widow. Here's some more Tormentors. Divert all weapons to destroying the Widow in the back. You saw what that thing did in the other game when it had an Aether Master and a second copy of it. Kopuyt's going for my attack buffer before more attacks start getting handed out. Replaces into a Frenzy, which is not the best for him. A Provoke would have been a lot better. So it's immediately eaten. Two copies of Chakram is kind of a luxury. Could get into some guessing games with the Sentinels. I'm just gonna go straight into Chakram plus damage. See you, Krillin. So for Kopiuyt to ping my artifact away, this Desolator does it pretty slowly. So it's gonna be a Kron instead. Places and finds the rush guy. Quite nice. Maybe put some chip damage on nothing and uses Ritual Banishing. Or this would actually trade with the 6-2. Yeah. 2 steps to the left with this thing. Kopiuyt could potentially even Darkfire Sacrifice. Okay, just gonna go for the kill. Sworn Avenger is absolutely an answer or die, so if you don't answer it, you're usually dead. Hey, I've got the full set of Sentinels. It's impossible to play around. Kind of makes for a nice action part when that's all that's in it. And off the back of double Chakram, I can just attack with anything at this point. Kopuyt's combo never came together. It could still potentially, next turn, if he draws exactly that minion, and then hits my goat with the 8-point lifesteal. So there's still that out. Kopuyt's just trying to protect his general as much as possible by putting in 2 blockers. So this thing has to settle for hitting these, which is fine. I've got a Desolator of my own. And here's the Creature Stealer. These combo pieces just did not come together. Okay, this Toaster And that's the story how I beat my own deck with my deck. I was pretty familiar with what I was playing against though, because I quite like that Mave style. But yeah, the 2's style seems to get there. Going into game number 2, where I'm definitely mixing it up. It's time for Lilith versus Cassie. I have no idea what I'm walking into. There's a betrayal here, so careful not to get clowned on like I did that one line earlier. Master of Shadows, one of those DGG exclusives. This one was some unused art. Does a lot of pinging. Pretty tanky. 2/4. Need to put it in the back. Every minion I cast, though, something's getting pumped up. So Thunderhorn got pumped up, and Spelljammer got pumped up. Token minion counts. So my BBS procs this thing twice? Yeah. This is like a must answer. Hands off so much tech. And I can't answer it because now there's something in the way. This is even pumped up from it. Guess I have to ignore it. Actually, I've got the option of pinging it directly. All my Arcanists have an opening gambit of 2 damage. And I can do that twice. Big draw for the archetype. So, Aether Master shoots a beam. And Shadows in the back. With some wall. And some stuff. You can kind of see the text that's grafted onto the minions below the card. What are we doing with Shadow Reflection? Thunderhorn, I guess. Gigantic Chain Lightning. This deck has a lot of funny ways to extend Chain Lightning. The Komodo Hunter spawns a few extra things that this can hit. This is one example. I do have perfect removal though. Maximum respect for T-Horn. And let's just take out the Spelljammer, BTA for the finishing form. And my Master Shadows is still in a pretty safe place. They just keep nuking. All these minions. Usually as a swarm deck, I'm happy to have extra minions because I can put a Chakram on them or something like that and make a ton of use out of them, especially with a Wanderer buff. So I'm not too perturbed by this Komodo Hunter, but Komodo Hunter decks always have another thing that they're thinking of. And in this case, it's Infest. Choose an enemy minion, and when it dies, it just spawns a Wraithling. And it does 2 damage to me. And that effect is now on all of these ones. So as these units die, I lose 2 health, and a hostile Wraithling takes its place. Fortunately, the version of this debuff that was propagated doesn't propagate again. So it's just these 3 units that are cursed. But I essentially have 6 less life. So all these units all became a liability. and my BBS is kind of working against me. And so this seems to be a deck counter. To overcome it, I'm gonna need this Wanderer out immediately. Now at least my Wraithlings don't get pinged for free. That's it for mana though, so I gotta clear the rest of these with what I got. And this Komodo Hunter is a little overstated, so we can do some big hits. Divert everything into destroying it. Keep the Wanderer alive. That costs so many hit points to do though, because of the curse debuff on all these. Like, it turns an even trade or a winning trade for me into a losing trade. So I'm gonna have to heal back up somehow. Or just get blasting with profit. I do have double replaces, so I can search for some answer. At this point, I probably need to bring the Master of Shadows in to start fighting. There is another copy of Infest, so if I get another board out, it gets cursed again. Komodo Hunter the second. The third Komodo Hunter got burned, so this is it. Kopiuyt with the regret play? What, you didn't want that there where it can immediately be attacked? You just hit it with all three of mine. Kopiuyt probably oopsing over not having the mana to also infest. Because it might be the case that this buff stacks. Don't know till you try it, right? So I'm actually at 7 if these two minions of mine die. So I kind of need to play around thinking like that. And I have some hard removal that I could just throw this hunter to make it disappear. Profit is a way to heal, so that's kind of tempting. And I do have 2 replaces, so I can put 2 heals in my deck every turn. Brilliant Plume being a 0 mana spell that heals you 1 and draws 1. Instead, I have chosen the path of Pet. Because you might get a Dex, right? That's like a super pet. I moved this over, but now I'm like rethinking my turn. 2 damage with that, 2 damage with a Komodo Charger. It's never a good sign when I'm doing replaces after doing all these plays. I got a rock. 1 mana 4/4, can't complain too much. Cool attack, Anim. So it's gonna be a rock wall. You can probably make a wall out of rocks. Or an attack rock. We'll turn around the tables, and we got the aggression pointed straight at Kopiuyt. So here's the second infest. and the Spectral Blade to cash in on it. So now I have 8 damage pointed at me from my own minions. So that is a hell of a place to be. I'm kind of at -3. My opponent's at 420. Blazing ahead. I do have a bit more of a bar to work with. We could steal something that would help. And a Forger can do a ping. I stole a Thunderhorn. Problem for me is Rock is going to auto attack, and then I take 2, and I go to 1. And then a single ping, and then I'm even more dead. Aroused Prophet, where are your heals? Too bad it didn't replace after reviving it. So playing to my out is my opponent choosing to not kill me on my next turn by pinging my cursed unit over here. And you gotta assume that your opponent doesn't see the lethal that you see. So I can't just hit the concede button. Here's the Thunderhorn. It's scary, right? Of course, there's just ping here and pass to win. But Kopiuyt is overthinking things. Taking 2 steps to the right and then killing this also doesn't help him. Thunderhorn. Just doing the plays he's got. The plays actually put him out of mana, so Abyssal Scar can't claim a GG. Oh, and I go to 1. Alright, I've been gifted another... wait, I wasn't gifted another turn at all. Thunderhorn was there to clean up the pet. And that's the story, all about how Kopiuyt and I went 1-1. Just like last time. Well, good battles. Good stuff. We got some more Kopiuyt action coming up though. As it is Kopiuyt versus Lionar, featuring Venator. Alright, let's see if Kopiuyt can get some wins here, or if Venator's sealing himself on the way to the upper bit. To put an end to Kopiuyt's trophy combo? That would be something. Alright, Venator, it's all up to you to gatekeep. Good luck. Kopiuyt's rolling with this awesome Reliquarian deck, though. Surely the combo will come together this time. We've got Spelljammer to put it together quicker. We got Astral Crusader as plan B, so you can make a neutral faction artifact that's huge. Mind Lathe can potentially grab Kron. Ooh, another dead turn 1 though. Aether Master showing up a bit late. Azurite Lion. Kopiuyt probably ought to drop with a Sarlacc. It's just a sticky minion that's annoying. Other option is our Aether Master here to find the combo. It's out there somewhere. Ooh, replacing in the Crusader is pretty nice. Could potentially come up next turn. Against Lionar though, usually gotta be wary of it just getting martyrdomed. Holding on to the 1 Mind Lathe, it's got a lot of good targets. And White Widow. Shroud is one of the best counters for our friend Sarlacc though. I guess he's not many people's friends in the second game where he's kind of a menace. Okay, Kopiuyt, World's Your Oyster-ish. Spelljammer is actually not a good play. Crusader is a decent replace, but also a decent play. Mind Lash can crash the cat into a token. Let's backline a White Widow and get more White Widows. That's a plan that works. Venator, congratulations on getting 7 mana if you want. That's enough for BBS plus Wanderer. Other option is using Kron to keep this Widow in place. Kopiuyt chose to replace the Crusader and immediately got rewarded for it. This card is now unreplaceable. Or you could actually keep replacing it to get a really funny number for the Reliquarian for later. Excellent Wanderer position. It's threatening to crush this Widow. And it's currently stuck to the Crestfallen that's too big for the General to clear now. Kopiuyt had a lot of his agency taken away. White Widow replace is a kind of possible play. It would likely take out the cat, but likely wouldn't take out the Wanderer, and that would still be a problem. But it does leave mana enough for the Crusader, so it seems great. Here goes. Spin to win! Oh, oh. Well, those were poor hits. But hits are hits. Ooh, Aethermaster. Doesn't have anything to sacrifice. Damn. This would be such a good card, but you don't want to throw away your 11-10 for it. Because this is an 11-10. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's a 7-6. Still pretty huge. I would imagine a repulsor piece on the Crusader, and then Kron takes out the rest of the Widows that's not silenced. Now cat decisions. This cat cannot decide. And then it's still in striking distance if it hangs out there. No, it's way out of bounds. Okay, cat's taking a nap. Hopefully it gets a lick in here for 7 damage, or 5 after the Regalia. Might as well chop through it. It's taking a ton of Crusader hit points, but that's what it's for. And then Spelljammer plus Rift Beast. Kopiuyt's gonna be able to refill real quick. Find more of these discount Crusaders. Yep, and the Astral Sack on that, or the another summoning gonna have... Ooh, it's combo! It's here! It's finally here! Kopiuyt's going to have an incredible next turn. If he has a minion to hit. That's the key thing. It looks like Venator will oblige because his whole bar is minions. Probably considering what to do with the Crusader. If you had infinite luck, you would just Inquisitor Kron and get the rush token to just clear it. But you can't play to like a 1 in 6, so it's gonna be a Repulsor Beast. Send it to Narnia. See ya, that's a kind of removal. And here's some anti-cat protection. Although this is probably just gonna get hit by the Spelljammer. Some healing insurance. Okay, cat actually may have been better to throw the Healing Mystic's heal on the Atrite Lion. But considering the combo, actually it's much better to not. Oh, free Crusader. Is that just lethal? Does it just cut through Regalia and win? It's just short. So let's do this instead, because this is a healing option. The Astral Crusader was actually made more expensive. Here's this gigantic health drain. So the Healing Mystic actually bought an entire extra turn from this hitting twice. So good stuff. And problems tend to go away once you've connected a hit with one of these. So kopiuyt bought himself a lot of time there. Well, Venator does have the tools to immediately knock this artifact off. And Astral Crusader's discount didn't actually go back down to 0. Wait a minute. I have to ping Hell Dude about that one. Call our value. This minion is just worth sneaking into a bunch of decks. Wanderer decks in particular usually have a spot for it. Well, Spectral Revenant deals with Kron powered up pretty well. Mind Lathe is another kind of funny way to deal with Kron. But giving Kron back at the end of turn sounds kind of miserable, so maybe not. I don't think we consult the Rift Beast. I think it's just Revenant on Kron. And then Crusader takes out the Provoke. Other Crusader gets hit by a Healing Mystic. Or maybe just attack the Healing Mystic? Okay, Rift Beast has been consulted. Oh, we are mind lathing the Kron, because that makes the replace even better. A lot of damage to take. this Kron can't just be killed. Oh, it can actually if it goes for the 3 power, because the Wanderer buff falls off of it. And so this was some excellent cleanup. And then with the Healing Mystic down, this top Crusader can threaten a ton of damage. And the rare instance of casting a Celebrant but declining to drop a mana. Because it's more useful as a body blocker. Venator is going to be pretty happy to have a Tempest in hand. Takes care of a lot. Sword Avengering first before the Tempest to get the extra point of damage is pretty greedy, but could pay off. Bloodseer Alchemists can shut down the Rift Beast. Or could shut down the final pip of Artifact, but I think the Rift Beast is bigger value. Because Kopiuyt's getting shot anyway. Okay. Venator disagrees. Hit a card draw. And multiple Spectral Revenants, well, this seems like a fine line of play turn over turn. Vellum Scry seems a little too slow for the deck. There's only one copy of it, but it feels like the deck only wants half a copy. 6 to the face. So Fealty is going to have to draw mega heal spells or any amount of damage to amp up the Sworn Avenger some more. One hit point. Every point of healing mattered. Well, Fealty for a nice refill. Scorn takes out the general, so it's got to be a gigantic heal. And Avenger takes out the threat in the front. Critically, the Spectral Revenant only does 4 damage to a general when it connects. You would have to connect directly for a lethal. But there is lethal if the Broken Captive decides to show up. But that would require 2 discounts. These actually aren't just 3 and 6. It's just the next one has got 2 off. So Vellum Scry looks like the replace here. Huh. So Aethermaster plus Kron might be better than a Spectral Revenant opener, because you have a 2-turn clock because of the Sworn Avenger. So to win in 2 turns, you need to have a 2/2 ranged to turn off that clock. And then the 2 range just goes straight for Braum, and then Revenant finishes. But the trick is the Revenant has to be the card that is replaced. Unless Aethermaster gets replaced, but then what is Kron doing? Okay, let's get 2 things. Not even! Okay, no units. That... what? Even if it was like a Frenzy and a Provoke or something, it's still worth rolling the dice to try to get it ranged, right? ranged guy would have been immediately locked down anyway. Spectral Blade does not quite do it. Crusader almost does it, but 5 range damage is a little much. Well played, Venator. Congratulations on the first win of this series. Beating Kopiuyt. But there's still game 2. Maybe it's time to bring out the Cassie deck and use Infest on the 1/2s. It's not as convincing as versus Lilith, but maybe it's good. Nope, we're gonna try to get this Maeve deck rolling. And it's gonna be versus heal style. At least has a decent opener this time. Has had to skip turn 1 so many times as player 1. But the Celebrant gives a lot of doors open. Could even prepare a second Celebrant mana. Has the awesome combo of White Widow and Aether Master. So get ready for that. It's take 6 mana though, so be another turn. Kind of tempting to take this mana tile. But Widow is where it's at. So that's definitely the play. And it lands a pretty good hit. One more of those and Scintilla's out. So here's a Draining Wave to immediately destroy it. Stop any of that from happening. Healing is now inevitable for Venator. Going to be able to get a lot of procs out of that. So Sunriser's here to actually carry the game instead of showing up just at the very end. Kopiuyt is not ready to do Reliquarians. Need some kind of mana cheat to get that going. So probably just get the jam with Spelljammer. So a Sunriser into Slash once. Does that do anything? Afterglow actually would do enough though. Because a Sunriser is about to do blasting. Oh. And one more. Scintilla lets it double up. Crawling in the back, find some value. Here's a flyer. Maybe something can reach and stop that Scintilla or the sortie in front of her. Mind Blade deals with it pretty well. Get ready for burn damage. 2 sets of alert, lucent beam. This can be 8 damage pointed somewhere. So it's probably all going to Maeve. Wait, okay. Well, alright, that makes sense. Get some value out of the 1/1. And no creatures allowed for kopiuyt, which is good play because any sacrifices could just be the combo out of nowhere. That's a lot of damage. And if only there was a jump around to sacrifice. Okay, well, Spectral Blade looks good here. Kopiuyt does have one advantage going for him, and that's his gigantic action bar compared to his opponent. But Trinity Oath is a good refill. Not much of an advantage after all. So instead of going for the Spectral Blade, Kron? Into the fast guy? Might as well sack it for another token. I don't know, I feel like a Sunriser doesn't care too much about the Kron. Go for the double heal. Sunriser does it again. But wait, there's more! Healing Sage for the finishing tap on the captive. Kopiuyt on the back foot again. Damn, can't help but feel the Spectral Blade deal with the Sunriser instead of the Kron would have been a lot nicer. But that's also just the observer view speaking, because I can see all this info that's coming in. How to do 3 damage? Like if a White Widow targets correctly, then that's good. Goes for the Spectral Blade now, and what do we got? 2 damage on something that could be potentially healed up. And the nasty thing is, Healing Sage knows how to make a Lightbender or a Sunriser? What do I call those things? Yeah, Sunriser. And the Holy Immolation? Damn. Oh, Holy Immolation on... Yeah. The heal actually activated the extra 2 damage. So that's one reason to not equip that artifact in its satisfaction. Oh, 3 hit points left! It's no problem, just get the Drainate. Got all the pieces for it? No, we don't have the pieces for it. Damn. Well, good game. Venator! Take down Kopiuyt 2-0. That is certainly a feat. Well done. Well played. Liner's not dead after all. In fact, now it's my chance to avenge Kopiuyt. I'm going after Venator. Time for more purple versus yellow. This is our last series of the day. We're on the right half of the pane here. I'll get him with Lilith and Maeve, or I'll eat Brome and Zaron's list of spells and stuff. Let's see how these clash. See if I've got the tools to disable Brome Wanderer. Well, we're both wandering, so those basically cancel out, right? I'm a little happier making 2 2s than 1 2 3. Magnetized to pull something out of position, opting to not replace it. This is just a secret card. Azurite Line, pretty incredible with marching orders. Got turn 1 Illusionist or turn 1 Mentor. Mentor is really strong because the cat cannot fight it. But I probably want to take a mana with it or put it behind me to protect it. I'll put it right up front. Mentor's fearless. Sentinel kind of clowns on it though. One hit and then Sentinel for the win. Or how about a gigantic lion? This can both destroy the Mentor and take a mana. Or hide away somewhere safely. Well, that's a pretty good response to my opener. Kind of stuffs it. And I am without a ping. And I have a target that needs a ping. Blood-Tide Priestess in the back. Prismatic Illusionist and Mana Forger. I guess I'm just giving my opponent all the mana in the world and they're getting a guaranteed wandering next turn. That is not great. So there's some consideration to burn one of my units just to steal a mana. Like, how valuable is a Mana Forger in a deck full of spells? Or Aether Master. We can at least get some immediate value out of that, trying to do a replace. I don't know what I'm looking for though. So let's just put a BTP in the back. Everyone's terrified of this unit, right? Was not expecting a Magnetize. Although a Dispel also knocks it out. And life out. These are just normal 3/3s now. Does Chakram get me out of this? No. Blood or Dark Transformation, none of the targets are big enough. I guess it's a Sunseer turn. With some Shadow Spawn. Yeah, I've got the option to sack and cast Water. So jumping from 4 to 6 mana, I'll take that. So is Venator going to spend his whole turn to also get a Wanderer out? 5/3 Celerity Cat's not so bad. And it's not like there's other alternative great plays. Other than attacking here and Circle of Life. That's actually pretty strong. Time for that. But is that really better than not wandering? I guess the subsequent turns will be stronger once it is done. Well, Cat's immediately cashed in. What is going on? I feel like it would be better as a 5/3. But Venator is very wary of removal or something like the Master of Shadows. If that came out, I could immediately just clock it. I'm down to a single Wraithling. It does not convince me to equip. But I can't make any tokens. So we'll just make some units and call it good. See you later, Mage Sworn. Would shut down some kinds of decks, but mine not too worried about Mage Sworn. Wanderer has finally appeared. But I've got the front foot. I can turn that Wanderer into a 2-2. And make a bunch of other 2-2s. Instead I cursed it. So I can hit Brome with an incidental 3 damage, because this is a dead card anyway. And that does work. Darkfire Transformation, despite being called Transformation, is not a transformation. And now Venator, the the Abyssian Gel just keeps getting bigger and bigger. There's only one spot where it can be dropped. And makes a spot where BBS can be cast. But AoE is needed pretty direly. It's Holy Immo or bust at this point. Air Pride Beak can do some work against my archetype. But I'm going to focus it down if I could. Yeah, no Tempest, no Immo, no chance. I have a board and I have a Chakram, which means this game is done. Only one Chakram in this deck, but if I find it, I'm not replacing it. Got him. Alright, game 1 of me versus Venator going my way. We've got one more game for the night. And I gotta do the deck switch, so it's me on Maeve 2s. Look at all those 2 ofs. Couldn't make it entirely 2 ofs though, because the general's gotta be a 1 of. And the finale is versus Brome. Yeah, I feel that last game kind of slipped away once the cat disappeared and the Wanderer did not come out when it could have. That may have been a decider, but yeah, it's hard to tell. I've got one hell of an opening again. Rift Beasts, Phantasms, or these 3-drops. Pureblade Enforcer are quite good. Kinda sucks to give up a Rift Beast, but I do have the other one. And there is a possibility for 1 step up into marching orders, into this is huge. But diversifying threats and clearing off mine. I was able to get a +1 attack on this Rift Beast. A single left step from the Enforcer. I think a up left step might have been better, because then the mana could have been taken by the unit. As is, it's just making a bit of distance from everything. It could actually be put in that spot, so there's an easy marching orders next turn with 1 step down from it, but I mean, it's pretty similar. Rift Beast. Give me a card. If this Pure Blade was triggering off abilities, it would be extra good to be able to punish all these Rift Beasts running around. But as is, it's kind of like an archetype sniper, which this format doesn't really, it's not really conducive to having a sideboard. So maybe it doesn't have a place. Holy mo! Yeah, it's generally correct to answer every Sworn Avenger. I've only got 2, and they both do so much work. has got a pretty good suite of stuff. Got removal, dispel, Kron is a forward threat. This awesome buff for how board is put together. I've got a lot of smaller things, but the refill is quite nice. Probably gonna just draw a card immediately. I could even protect this Rift Beast because Bloodseer Alchemist can finish off this line. Oh, Blood Siren. Could I be interested in this? -2, -1. What an incredible card. See ya, cat. All the meanwhile, I haven't cast a single spell. This Pureblade Enforcer would be quite strong against the Arcanist style that loves spells, but as is, I'm just gonna be demonic alluring it or ignoring it. I feel like the turn for Marching Orders was the turn before this when the cat was still around. But maybe something with a keyword from Kron could be buffed. That would be good. How about a buff for 1? Makes 3 that I don't have the spell Sentinel. And then finishing off a turn with a replace. Or we have 3 fine cards that we'll just keep. Actually, Shroud here should be used to dispel the Rift Beast. Because I'm absolutely gonna run away with more cards otherwise. Oh no! What was the reasoning to not Shroud the Rift Beast? Is like a bigger threat coming? Like a Desolator or a Sarlacc? I feel like card draw is the threat though. Huh. Time for more cards. Don't quite have lethal on these 2 minions here, so let's just get more card draw. And here's a Watchful Sentinel to block a potential Shroud. The actual place to block a Shroud would have been putting this one bit forward, but I'm playing around the Enforcer. Whoops! Bound Tormentor gave me a shitty token minion. Probably shouldn't be dropping this minion so enthusiastically against someone that can just BBS out a minion. But a 0 mana 1/2 Zeal Provoke at least is a passable token. It's like almost as good as a Kron token. And so Venator could Tempest into Maw, one of my Rift Beasts, or the Shroud is still on the table. Here's this. Could just slash down this 2/1. And Maw. Which also threatens the last Rift Beast. And I'm pretty low in health, so just killing this thing is maybe not great. It's getting pretty close. Final match. What is it gonna be? Desolator into Phantasm, into Crestfall, into BTA, do all the things. Maybe do some kind of surround. Featuring a 4/4 token. And that means I have to attack this thing because you don't want to give your opponent any agency if you can help it. And Phantasm for the finishing of the contain. And this is really awkward positioning because the pony can't hit everything. But it can hit pretty much everything, so it's not that big a deal. And then the Shroud can finally hit the Rift Beast. Where a Kron was placed up here. I feel like a Sunset Paragon down here might have been better. Maybe a good replace into a Captive, Broken Right. Oh, never mind. And here's Mage Swarm. It actually would have slowed down my Lilith Arc deck a bit, but my Maeve deck, I could not care less. It's gonna turn off my lassos and me damaging myself. Ooh, and Big Cat has made an appearance and has a +1 attack on it. It's like it's pre-roared. So the real whammy is I've got the chakra in hand. But wait, I just have lethal exactly with this BTA. Oh, Venator has been destroyed 2-0. Yeah, so I went 2-0 versus Fuzzy, 2-0 versus kopiuyt. No, I went 1-1 versus kopiuyt. And then 2-0 versus Venator, so that looks like it puts me into the next scrape. Very nice. Yeah, next up let's do some tallying and advancing. Also, since we've gone through all the games, let's just do a real quick funny diversion. We've got all these packs here. Let's open up a pack. What's in here? There's a very low chance that we'll get sparkly golden cards. But as is, we've got some of these. A couple actually playable cards, like Heart Sister for sure is going into a lot of stuff. Abyssal Crawler, Carsey is pretty strong. Packs. You never used to be able to open packs in DGG, but now we've got all these as aesthetic options. I call them the 3D packs. You can kind of see the background panning around in there. Pretty cool. As for the actual tournament and who's advancing and what the top 4 looks like, here's a distraction. It's just some bars. Ain't it cool? This excellent distraction will give me time to tally up. Let's see. Okay, we've seen enough of excellent bars. Let's have one more look at group stats before we sign up for the day and go out all the way. Oh snap, is there actually a tiebreaker necessary here? Yeah, Abyss and Songhai definitely swapped. Purple is the new red. Okay, ties are actually confirmed. we have some complications. That's excellent. Let's turn on Twilight Seals of Songhai while I calculate this. Music that they made for a fancy 3D video. Kalios HD. Let's see if you have 2 ties though. Tally's complete. The situation is as follows. Advancing from Group B, myself and Venator IV. Knocked out are Kopiuyt and Fuzzymoth. Condolences. Advancing from Group A, Thextera Aeon Strider. And knocked out is MushyMango. Again, my condolences. But we have a tiebreaker to settle between nyxnyxnyx and the Face. Hold up. We'll settle that one at some other time, as we let players schedule their own days. And I don't think we've got both of them here right now. So we're gonna have to catch that on a bonus episode. But this one is absolutely for all the marbles. No banana is going to be off the table. It is going to be all onsies. Well, we'll be back with that in a couple days. Have a lovely holiday, though, all. And we might be back in the new year with some more duelists. GG. Adios and bye. Signing out. Have a good one.